Good morning, everyone. As soon as Supervisor Scott gets back here, we'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to call the December 6, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Scott.
Late to the dais, but here.
And Chair Bronson.
Here.
Let the record reflect members are present and Supervisor Hines is out.
All right. Now, if you would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to be recited today by Supervisor Christie, and then we will pause for a moment of silence in memory of Jim Colby.
Please join me to the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then a moment of silence for Congressman Colby. Thank you. And I don't know my other colleagues, but Congressman Colby and I worked together for over 20 years. He will be missed. He was a friend to Pima County. He was a rational, thoughtful human being who could cross boundaries and who could make a difference, and he made a very big difference here in Pima County. I don't know if any of my other colleagues want to say anything.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor.
I just wanted to share an anecdote that I think speaks to the late Congressman Colby's humanity. I was a volunteer on some of his campaigns in the 90s, and at a campaign announcement when one of my children was just a year old, he banged his head on a table at Jim's campaign announcement, and Jim stopped his speech and came over and picked up our son and consoled him and settled him down. And again, I think it's an anecdote that speaks to his humanity and also to his commitment to all the people of Southern Arizona. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share that.
Thanks. Anybody else want to say some words? All right, then let's move on. We have, Supervisor Hines has apparently, actually joined us. There you are. All right. Now we're due the land acknowledgement statement. This is going to be a video, and it's going to be offered by Crystal Miller, Manager, Tribal and Direct Services, Native Nations Institute, the University of Arizona.
Nairiwa nati kuna nania Hicks Nabia and Montoya. Nairiwa nati kuna nania Nairiwa Tutuma nania Napori Joshua nania. Hello everyone, my name is Crystal Miller and I'm an enrolled citizen of the Walker River Paiute Tribe and the manager of Tribal and Direct Services of the Native Nations Institute. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you. And now we move on to pause for pause. And we're not leaving this. What's the oldest, who's the longest staying dog at PAC?
Yeah, our longest stay dog is Baxter, and he's been there, about 400 days, so way too long, and we've got a
Okay,
few
so
others.
nobody's leaving here. No, we're not continuing
Uh-oh.
the meeting until someone adopts him.
That's right. Somebody's better raise their hand real quick. Just kidding.
All right, proceed.
Good morning, Supervisor Bronson, Chair Bronson, and members of the board. My name's Monica Dangler. I'm the director of Pima Animal Care Center. And today, for Pause for Pause, we brought Nala. Her and her brother came into PAC as strays. They just became available today. They're about 4 months old and very cute, as you can see. So they are available for adoption. All of our adoption fees are currently waived for even cute puppies like Nala. So come on down and adopt. Or if you're not ready to commit to that, you can always foster, even just for 2 weeks. Is super helpful. About 60% of the dogs that come in are strays, so we don't know anything about them. So learning some things about them is super helpful to get them in a home.
She's looking at you.
I know
She wants you to adopt her.
No, my house is full. So, one of the cool things I wanted to let you know that we're doing here doing at PAC is we've revamped our intake process. Yesterday was the first day of kind of streamlining that. We had a really great, successful day with getting 11 of the incoming dogs directly back to their home the same day, which was super exciting for us. So, we're hoping that we'll continue to see that happen, as well as help people get pets reunited back with their owners and keep those families together. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nola. You're going to find your forever home soon, I'm certain. All right, there are a number of changes to our regular agenda. On the regular agenda item, Page 5, item 19, human resources. It's a correction to hiring rate under classification compensation. It should read $55,000, not $55 per annum. And then on page 6, item 24, this item is going to be heard. It's American Battery Factory. We will hear it at a time certain at 10:30 a.m. If there are no objections, the agenda is so amended. And now we go to our presentations and proclamations. On the addendum agenda, item 1, Tucson Conquistadors. I'll move that item. Motion and a second. If there are no objections, we'll do the, Supervisor Christie will do the presentation, and I think Ben Korn, Bobby Verena, and Aaron Crowley are attending to accept the proclamation, or certificate of appreciation, rather. Hand mic, here we go.
Thank you.
You're all dressed alike.
Good morning. We kind of do a night routine at a local club, but in any event, this of course has a special meaning for me. I first joined the Conquistadors in 1989 and have been a life member, and I was fortunate to chair the Chrysler Classic of Tucson golf tournament in 1998. So I've been a proud conquistador all these years, and it is a true and great honor to be able to present their 60th anniversary certificate. And it is my honor to present this certificate of appreciation to the Tucson Conquistadors, who have been a Pima County institution since they were founded 60 years ago. The organization's golf tournaments not only showcase Tucson nationally, but they raise millions of dollars for local charities. The Conquistadors serve and support our community by providing life-enhancing opportunities to local youths through amateur athletics. The results of these community efforts create a strong lifetime bond among the organization's members. Since their inception in 1962, the Conquistadors have contributed more than $37.2 million to local and national charities. The Conquistadors are comprised of up to 60 active business and professional members and have a total membership of more than 200 members who represent a cross-section of the Tucson community. Key beneficiaries of the Conquistadors fundraising efforts include Southern Arizona Youth Athletic Programs, First Tee Tucson, and colon cancer advocacy organizations. In addition to their involvement with professional golf, the group has established the Tucson Conquistadors Foundation. And the Tucson Conquistador helmet is easily one of the most distinctive trophies in all of golf. The Conquistador helmet has been worn by many of the biggest names on the PGA Tour, from Arnold Palmer and Don January to Lee Trevino and Phil Mickelson. We congratulate the Tucson Conquistadors on their 60 years of contributions to the community and look forward to many more years of outstanding service and achievements. Presented this 6th day of December 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You guys want to say a few words?
On behalf of all the Conquistadors, past and present, just want to thank the county for this recognition. As a current member of the board of directors, Ben and I look forward to continuing the tradition and hopefully living up to the standards that's been set by gentlemen like yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. We'll get a picture here.
All right, moving on then, on Addendum 1, Item 2, Angel Charity for Children, Inc. I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Objections? Hearing none. Supervisor Christie will do the presentation of a certificate of appreciation to Karen Farrell and Jill Brooks.
Jill couldn't make it.
Jill couldn't make it, so Karen. You know you're getting older when you remember when organizations were first formed and even attended their first event, which my wife and I did 40 years ago at the El Conquistador Resort when Angel Charities first started its work. So this is a double honor for me. On behalf of the citizens of Pima County, I take great pleasure in presenting this certificate of recognition to Angel Charity for Children on its 40th anniversary and for its outstanding contributions to the community. Angel Charity for Children is a nonprofit organization with no paid staff members. It is comprised of 250 devoted volunteers and members representing a cross-section of the Tucson community. Through innovative fundraising, these dedicated and effective angels are committed to providing Pima County's children with the vibrant future they so richly deserve. Founded in 1983, Angel Charity for Children retired the mortgage and expanded and remodeled the Ronald McDonald House in its first year of working miracles. Each year since then, thoroughly researched, tax-exempt children's agencies benefit from its year-round fundraising program. In its 40 years of existence, the organization has funded more than 120 children's agencies and contributed more than $29 million to address a wide variety of needs, including buildings, education, child care services, affordable health care, youth development, emergency assistance, safe havens for abused children, job training, food and nutritional services, shelter, social and life skills, counseling, and many other services and programs. Thanks to the support of its loyal donors and dedicated volunteers, Angel Charity continues to improve the lives of the children of Pima County. Presented this 6th day of December 2022. Congratulations. That's it.
Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation. We so appreciate it, and we appreciate all the community support that we always get every year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we move then on to the regular agenda. Item 5, presentation proclamation to Dolores Encinas, Tobacco Prevention Program Specialist, and Alvaro Suarez Din, REACH COVID Community Advisor Board member, proclaiming the month of December 2022 to be Influenza Vaccination Awareness Month. I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any objections? Hearing none. Supervisor Grijalva will make the presentation.
Okay. I have the honor of presenting this proclamation to you. Thank you so much for being here. And to Elvira, who's actually part of our D5 team. So thank you for your volunteer service on this committee. Whereas seasonal influenza activity is elevated across the nation and respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, cases in Pima County are higher than the previous 5 years. And whereas influenza in Arizona resulted in more than 18,000 reported illnesses in 2021. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control Prevention report that racial and ethnic disparities in flu vaccination coverage continue to contribute to overall poorer health outcomes in minority communities, and whereas populations with a higher risk of developing complications from flu include adults 65 and older, adults with chronic health conditions, pregnant people, racial and ethnic minorities, and people with disabilities, and whereas receiving the vaccine can reduce the severity of illness by increasing immune system response, prevent hospitalization from complications, and protect our most vulnerable populations, whereas getting an annual influenza vaccine is more important than ever in reducing the burden to the hospital system, and whereas Influenza Vaccination Awareness Month will serve as a county-wide call to encourage everyone 6 months and older to get their annual flu shot, especially those at higher risk, and whereas the Pima County Health Department's REACH, Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health Program, supports vaccination efforts by raising awareness about the impact of flu on all people of Pima County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of December 2022 to be Influenza Vaccination Awareness Month, and encourages all individuals, organizations, businesses, and communities to help raise awareness about influenza vaccination and the importance of creating a healthy environment for all, passed and adopted this 6th day of December 2022. Would anyone like to speak? Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva and members of the board. My name is Dolores Encinas, and I'm a program specialist and promotora with the Pima County Health Department. The REACH program values the people that work, live, and play in our communities. And the partnership, we are incredibly important when we think about how to address the flu, respiratory illness, and other chronic conditions together throughout Pima County. Our REACH program devotes quite a bit of energy to work with community members and co-create event and media campaigns that help connect people to health resources like vaccines. We appreciate the opportunity to share this space with you today to heighten awareness regarding Influenza Vaccination Awareness Month. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Grijalva, and to the REACH board for putting this proclamation forward. I would like to encourage everyone who has yet to receive their COVID vaccination or flu vaccination to join the Tardeada de Salud tonight at the Pima County Historic Courthouse. It's going to be from noon to 4, and not only will there be flu vaccines, COVID boosters, but there will also be high blood pressure screenings as well as blood sugar screenings. So I'm sure a lot of us know someone or have family and friends who are sick right now, so it would be really beneficial, and it's all free for everyone. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, we will now proceed with call to the public. And as a reminder, individuals wishing to participate telephonically must contact the clerk's office by the deadline date listed on the agenda. Each speaker will need to complete a speaker card and will be limited up to 3 minutes. Please state your name when you are called for the record and direct comments to the board. Speakers should adhere to rules of civility, refrain from impertinent or slanderous remarks. As chair, I reserve the right to have attendees to this meeting removed. Attendees are advised the board strongly adheres to the rules of civility and decorum. Outreaches or outbursts, breaches of the peace, boisterous conduct, or other unlawful interference will result in attendees being given a warning, and if not heeded, you will be asked to leave the meeting room. And with that, we begin a call to the public. We have 2 individuals joining us telephonically. Dr. DiFilippo, are you on the line? You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Can you hear me, Chair Bronson?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Bronson and Supervisors. My name is Dr. Joanne DiFilippo, and I'm a Pima County taxpayer in District 3. Today, I'm going to address several agenda items that are critical and require your support and action. The first is Agenda Item 12, and it's regarding elections. Following the November 8, 2022 general election, I received a call from a paid election worker assigned to work inspecting the metal ballot boxes. This worker reported several anomalies in the inspection process. Namely, Vote Center 123 ballot box was inspected and found to have not one ballot in the box. Yet on the election canvass report, it indicates a total of 745 ballots were cast at Vote Center 123. As such, I filed a public records request thereafter and received public records from the county indicating 1. No voted ballots were in the metal ballot box. 2. No yellow ballot report was in the metal ballot box. 3. Ballot box had 2 sets of metal seals and the seal numbers did not match. You have copies of the public records request response. Please investigate this matter and report back to us, the taxpayers, as to what actually occurred with this ballot box. Specifically, how the ballot box report indicates no ballots were in the box, yet 745 ballots were reported on the election canvass report. The second agenda, item 24, the contract for the American Battery Factory. I favor economic development projects that will prove beneficial for this community. However, as I read through this proposed contract, I question whether you reviewed the impact on this community. Do you realize the tremendous water usage and waste production resulting from this company's production? If you approve this contract, you are enabling one of the most egregious hypocrisies perpetrated on this community. You denied HUD Bay the right to increase economic development opportunities in this community, citing environmental concerns. Yet you will approve a contract for a wasteful water and abuser, a precious resource and commodity to our district communities. Please rethink this contract and what you plan to approve. Third, agenda item 21, Buckaloo Farms. Quite frankly, I want a deal like this. The purchase of 10.35 acres in 3 points for $694,600. I ask you, where's the appraisal? In closing, I want to address this specifically to you, Chair Bronson, about electioneering. I hold there are elected officials who do not understand that the process of linking election information, favoring or denigrating candidates to an official Pima County resource such as websites is a form of electioneering. Let me be clear. Linking to a government account is the action that creates the violation. No elected official or employee can electioneer using official county resources. It might be advisable to provide additional training to officials and others who do not understand and or refuse to acknowledge that what they are doing is in violation of Arizona statutes. Thank you, Chair Bronson and Supervisors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shirley Ricard. She's joining us telephonically. Are you available, Ms. Ricard?
Yes, I am.
Proceed.
In my career as a registered nurse, I learned to never make assumptions. But can I assume that you, like me, agree that one cannot find that for which they do not look? I'd like to see all of you nodding your head. Here are several issues that I would like, and indeed pray, that you personally will choose to look at. The first question is our blood supply safe, considering so much which has just now been revealed, a full year later, from Pfizer's own data release about the truths regarding the failings of the mRNA gene therapy, commonly referred to as a vaccine? Here's what is not known about safety of the blood supply. No blood bank is checking banked blood supplies using the readily available assays to check for a circulating spike protein. I consider it to be the epitome of criminal negligence to not make certain, using clinical proof, that our blood supply is safe. If you, Board of Supervisors, are so cocksure certain of the blood supply safety, then I challenge you to authorize a study of same, since the major question of paramount importance is this. We cannot determine if our blood supply is safe because no one seems to want to do the required experiments to answer the question as to whether or not it is safe. Assuming is not the same as knowing with 100% certainty. In actuality, our entire medical community is still hiding all of the quote-unquote vaccine safety issues, even a year later. Look into what triggering safety signals means, and even you, too, will be able to recognize the nefarious and duplicitous tactics that have gone on behind closed doors, if you will. They are only now being revealed to the unsuspecting public because Pfizer was denied their assertion that they could not produce the necessary documents for 75 years, and they were legally forced to release the damning documents at regular intervals. Did you know this? Have you looked into any of the facts? They are damning indeed. I challenge you to do so. Issue number 2 that I'd like to address, the most recent statewide fiasco referred to as a quote-unquote election. When the persons tasked with upholding the constitutionality of elections are threatened with arrest and informed that they will be charged with a felony if they refuse to certify an election, it's the height of not only mismanagement, but it is a treasonous act on the part of Katie Hobbs, not to mention her Twitter tweets and everything that she has done to defy election law and do whatever she darn well pleased to get herself elected. Look into the legalities of what was done, and you will...
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired. Thank you so much for joining us. Keith Von Hannigan. Name for the record.
Is ready, prepare.
Good morning. Thank you, Sharon. Board, Pima County. My name is Keith Van Heineken, and I'm nobody. I'm a taxpayer. I'm retired. I'm that guy 40 years ago that Sheriff Nanos would have looked at twice and said, oh shit. But I grew up along the way. And now I stand here as the old man, and I'm screaming, get off my lawn. I refuse to take your vaccine. I consider it evil. I consider what the government, what they've done has been totally criminal against society itself. In 2020, Democrats declared 100 million Americans non-essential, destroying their ways of life. Now, we can talk about abortion, mainly minorities. getting it performed on them. That's racist. Then you got ghettos. They house mainly minorities. That's racist. You've got an open border, and the ghettos and the poor areas of our country are being overrun. That's racist. It begs the question, why would you vote Democrat? And then I look around my county and city and say, the county needs 700 police officers. The city needs 700 police officers. We need places to put all these drug addicts, beggars, liars, and thieves. And it's time to take that stand. Because for way too many decades, the Democrats running this county, running the city of Tucson, have been asleep at the wheel, to say the least. I'd prefer to see a lot of trials for politicians myself, because they're the ones that cause the problem. And if you think China's still your friend, you're an idiot. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Robert Boyce.
My diverticulosis spent the weekend trying to kill me, so I've nothing like a weekend of pain, no sleep, and no food to humble you a little bit, so I'm going to keep it a little light today. First, let me thank the chair for continuing Richard Elias's habit of hearing out each and every person that comes in this room that wants to speak. I've been to dozens of Board of Supervisors meetings in the last 15 years, and I've never seen a person turned away. I've been to hundreds of city council meetings, 1,200 hours in that grim room, and I've seen dozens of people show up and be turned away because the mayor, 3 mayors now, have only listened to 10 people for 3 minutes each, and after 30 minutes, call to the audience is over, everybody go home, come back in 2 weeks. I've never considered that fair, so let me reiterate the fact that I appreciate the fact that Richard heard out every single person that came in this room, and you are doing the same thing, so thank you very much. Number 2, this plexiglass is getting very distracting. It's got a reflection of the Transamerica building. It keeps moving around. I've never drank a cup of coffee, so I come in here sometimes in the morning. I'm trying to keep a focus on some of this complex stuff you're doing. This plexiglass should go. I would suggest removing these seats and moving this thing back a little bit and getting rid of the plexiglass, and that would be safer. Finally, I have promised to put a Jeffersonian party on the ballot, and I'm going to keep my promise, but I'm shopping for co-sponsors before I can file with the city to start collecting signatures. I anticipate no problem getting people to sign my petition, but finding fellow Jeffersonians to co-sponsor it, that's the issue right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope you get better. Now I'm going to mangle your name, Tim. Is it Locke? Tim? He left? Okay. Josh Jacobson.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Josh Jacobson. I am one of your Pima County Small Business Commissioners and a steering leader for the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition. I think that the previous 2 speakers brought up some really good points. First of all, Chair Bronson, thank you so much for giving all of the time to our group the last time we were here. We had 26 speakers speak about the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition, and it went on for over 3 hours, and we appreciate all of you listening to your constituents constituents that way. The other gentleman brought up public safety. Of course, that's what we're here to talk about. It's been a busy couple of weeks for all of us. Our coalition continues to grow every single week. There are other coalitions that are forming around town that are working with us, specifically on the south side. Supervisor Christie, thank you so much for writing your article that really encapsulated what we're trying to accomplish here. Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Grijalva, you both did interviews that we felt really good about in terms of the takeaway that we heard, because you're using some of the same language that we're talking about, which is crime and drug abuse, which is the big issue that we're trying to accomplish of solving in this community. So thank you very much. You have a very comprehensive agenda item in front of you today, and thank you for all the time that the county administration has put into working with us. I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to remind you all that we are focused on treatment for those that are receptive to it and enforcement to those that are not. We are not in favor of low barrier housing. This project doesn't have anything to do with low barrier or no barrier housing. If you talk to somebody like Lisa Chastain from Gospel Rescue Mission, she will tell you, and she said this on the radio today, 80% of the people that come through her door are heavily addicted to substance abuse. Low barrier housing does not provide the framework or the treatment necessary to get those people out of that rut. We are looking for a hand up for these folks that we can reach, and we need to disrupt the lifestyle of the other folks that are living on the street that do not want to participate in treatment or rejoining our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us. That concludes call to the public. I'm going to take several things out of order now. I want to move to item 12 on the regular agenda. Constant Hargrove, our election director, has to leave shortly, and I will move that. I think it was discussion, direction, action by Supervisor Christie. I'll move the item so we can discuss it.
Second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Director, once again, my thanks for your exuberant willingness to come before this board in person and to address issues that we feel need to be discussed, and you have always been available. You've always been professional. We may not agree on the procedures or certain mechanics involved in our system, but nonetheless, you are here, and that certainly makes a difference, and I appreciate it, and thank you. Okay. Having said that, you wrote a memorandum explaining why there was a discrepancy in voter registration numbers. It's a short memorandum, so it won't take long to reiterate it, but the total number of registered voters used to canvass the November 2022 election include inactive and national inactive voters. The pre-election registered voter totals provided to the Secretary of State only include active voters. Pima County has 62,826 inactive voters and 2,361 national inactive voters. Inactive voters are eligible to vote on election day, and any inactive voters who vote are included in the turnout. Then you go on to say the registered voter number initially submitted to the Secretary of State is 639,885. The registered voter number initially submitted by who?
Good morning, Chair Bronson, members of the board. Initially submitted, I am not sure, I think by the recorder's office. We do not submit those numbers.
Right, it's the recorder's office.
So the recorder submitted those numbers?
Yes, sir, and I believe it is common practice just to submit the active numbers, because that is what she displays on her website, are the active numbers. But I know that if someone votes and they're inactive, it skews the turnout and precinct results when it looks like you have less people registered to vote in a precinct, then people are voting. So I included the inactive as well as the active.
Well, how, Madam Chair, Ms. Hargrove, how can the number of registered voters change after the registration deadline? Shouldn't they be the same?
Supervisor Christie, they did not change. It's just that what she reported was just active voters.
But why are there two amounts?
The inactive voters are not included in what's on the Secretary of State's website or the Recorder's website.
Well, I think my understanding, inactive voters and active voters are eligible to vote.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Why were the inactive voters segregated?
That's a question I cannot answer. I'm not sure, but that's why I included them in my number. So the information that we receive for Election Day on the electronic poll books include all voters, inactive and active. And I just felt like it didn't match if we reported results that did not include the inactive voters as well.
Do you have a feeling that this is a reporting mistake?
No, sir, I don't think it's a mistake. I think it's a practice in the state, and that's a conversation I had with the Secretary of State's office, which is why I did the memorandum to begin with. There are other counties that have asked the same thing, that have done the same thing that I've done, but I think it's just a practice in Arizona that they just report the active registered voters.
So again, why bother with the inactive?
Because they can vote.
Because they can actually show up on Election Day.
Did they vote?
Now, I didn't go back and look to see if inactive voters actually voted. I would have to get that information from the recorder, but they are eligible to vote, and they can vote.
But these inactive voter lists are from the primary.
I'm sorry?
The inactive voters that are included in this, they came off of the primary voter list, right?
No, sir. So this list that they provide to us is after the voter registration deadline. So anyone who was inactive in August that may have voted or updated their information are no longer on the inactive list. So this was for the November general election.
Would it be too much to ask for since the recorder chose not to be here today, would it be too much to ask if you could dig deeper into this a little bit and find out exactly where this was submitted from, the registered voter number initially submitted to the Secretary of State, and that's where you indicated that you thought it was the recorder?
Supervisor Christie, absolutely. I could definitely do that and get that information back to you.
You can see how people think, there's two different sets of numbers here, and inactive and active voters can vote. Why are they segregated? Why don't the numbers match?
Yes, sir. I agree with you on that.
Chair Bronson, may I ask a question?
Are you finished, Supervisor?
Yes, I'm finished. Thank you, Madam
Yeah,
Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hargrove.
Thank you so much for being here. I guess one of my concerns in having this item on without having the recorder's information is that you're put in this position where you can only answer for the portion that is under your purview. And the recorder did send out a memo, I believe, to all of us letting us know that she would be here December 20th when the report was done. So I think that it would be important for us to be able to have both people here that can answer the questions, as opposed to putting Director Hargrove in the position of like, hey, I think this is the answer. And she's very knowledgeable, but she can't answer for, what another department did.
And it's unfortunate that the recorder has failed to join us, but Ms. Hargrove is always here. I'm glad that she will be joining us December 20th.
And Madam Chair, could this also be included, this discussion that we're having about these two different numbers, be included in the recorder's after-action report?
I think we can, Ms. Lesher will so direct. And Ms. Lesher, I think you received my email regarding questions I had for the recorder. I sent it directly to the recorder, and I'm hoping she will include the answers to those questions and concerns in her after-action report. Is there any other questions for Ms. Hargrove?
Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Scott.
Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
I just wanted to add that I have a couple of questions that I'd like to tag onto yours.
Oh, my email?
Your request to the
To
recorder.
the recorder, okay.
As soon as I...
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, with the voter registration numbers, we get those numbers from the recorder, but she is really not a part of what I report. So I will definitely need to have a conversation with her before she has to come to the board so that we can come to a consensus as to what we will be presenting in the future.
Thank you so much.
When I find the questions, I'll notify you.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Hargrove, I have a number of questions for you, but I wanted to first continue with the line of questioning that Supervisor Christie started, not only for my knowledge, but perhaps for the knowledge of some of the folks in the audience. Could you share with us the definitions for an inactive and a national inactive voter?
Yes, I believe I can. That is actually a recorder question, but I think I can answer that. For an inactive voter, it's someone who has, the recorder has received return mail from those individuals, and they've now put them on inactive status, which is kind of a precursor to them being removed from the voter list. So they have to come in, they have to qualify and verify their address if they come in to vote. So they're inactive. The national inactives, I believe, are those, I'm not sure what a national inactive is, to be honest with you. I think they are federal voters, but I'm not real clear on the national inactives. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Okay. You made reference to the more comprehensive poll worker manual in your report to us, and you also talked about how it is in need of more detailed content. I wanted to know, for purposes of this election, what were some of the most helpful components of the new poll worker manual, and what is the nature of the more detailed content that you hope to add?
Supervisor Scott, yeah, thank you for that question. So what I did, I worked with Sarah Ramsey and some other poll workers and inspectors, as well as the trainer, and we took a look at the information, and I looked at some of the errors that were made during the primary election by poll workers. And first of all, I put in there the law that applies to poll workers, what they're supposed to do, and other things like authorized representatives, those individuals who can go in and observe the election, what is required for that, and then detail and step-by-step instructions as to how they're supposed to process a voter, what is required with the identification, changing their address, and different things like that. So just a lot more information pertaining to the different tasks that they do on Election Day.
And that would also answer the second question in terms of the more detailed content that you think needs to be added?
Yes, sir, Supervisor Scott. So I've gotten a lot of response and feedback from poll workers about provisional ballots. And so the special situations table and provisional ballots are a challenge to everyone. It obviously is a national thing because we had the same problem where I came from. They need to understand how to process the different provisional ballots and why they're processing them, what to do with the ballots after they're processed. There's a lot of confusion as to who to issue a provisional to, who to issue a conditional ballot to, and how to process them in the actual electronic poll book. And so I want to make sure that I flush that out and make sure they have all the information they need.
So you're using not only your own analysis of how things went at the vote centers, but also the feedback you're getting from poll workers in terms of what to add to this manual?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. You made reference to something called express votes in your report, and I don't know what that is.
So the express vote is our handicap accessible equipment that we have in the polling place. It is required by the Help America Vote Act, but it's a ballot marking device. So it doesn't count votes. It just helps the person produce a ballot. And in the event of printer failure or something like that, we could use the express vote. instead of ordering a lot of paper ballots that we just end up shredding and destroying, spending a lot of money. And the express votes can work as a contingency as opposed to the paper ballots.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned also that the vote centers, when they needed to, made use of the contingency plan. What are some of the key components of the contingency plan for vote centers, especially ones that were implemented in this past election?
Supervisor Scott, one of the primary contingencies is that if there is a connectivity issue, intermittent or otherwise, those individuals have to vote a provisional ballot. All of the equipment will work in the vote center, so they can check the voter in the electronic poll book. They can actually print a ballot, but it's not communicating with the other vote centers in the county, and so they have to issue provisional ballots. So that was one vote center that we did have that, and they had to issue provisional ballots for those individuals. The other contingencies are if the printer fails, then they can either open those boxes of printed ballots that we send them, emergency ballots, or they can use the express vote to allow that voter to produce a ballot.
And you mentioned in the future we're going to discontinue printing as many ballots as we did and make greater use of express votes.
Supervisor Scott, that is my recommendation.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At the end of your report, you had some additional recommendations that included hiring 3 new positions, one of them recommended by the Election Integrity Commission, 2 of them recommended by you. Will those be brought to the board as part of your budget proposal or separately?
Yes, sir, they will have to be brought to the board, I believe. I have not had a conversation with the county administrator about the positions yet.
Ms. Lasher?
So, but more than likely, it will be a part of the budgeting process, since we are pretty close to that process now.
The county administrator is agreeing with you. So,
yes.
For the record.
The last question I had is I think you have a lot of reason to take great pride in the way elections were conducted in both August and November. And I think one specific reason why you should take pride in that, beyond just the way the elections were carried out, is that you're very new to our community and really had to hit the ground running as soon as you got here. And I just wanted to know, in terms of your prior experience in another state, what were some of those prior experiences that were most helpful to you in terms of getting to work for Pima County?
Oh, wow. So the interesting part, being an elections director or an election administrator requires really project management, because there are a lot of moving pieces in an election, and being able to pull all of those pieces together, get the individuals behind you to actually implement what you're trying to implement and make the changes is really critical. And so I bring that with me from being in elections. And you maybe have heard this term before, but being an election administrator is sometimes like herding cats. And, you know, it's very difficult to herd a cat because cats do what they want to do, but having the patience and the experience in seeing the foresight to see the problems that are inherent, that will occur if the individuals do not listen to you and do what you need them to do, is definitely what I bring to the table, because I've seen a lot of problems, I've experienced issues, and then I can contemplate what those may be and then try to make sure that we do not go down that road and head those off before we get there.
I just want to say to my colleague in the back row, who's also a former middle school principal, Mr. Holmes, I think we could be elections administrators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christine and Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor, okay.
But she was first, that's fine.
No, I think it was, he okay.
I was curious, do you have any training in behavioral health?
Actually, yes. I'm very close to finishing a master's degree in marriage and family counseling. Yeah.
Thank you. One other piece of your improvement plan was the request to purchase additional e-poll books, printers, and cradle points before the next election. So will you be bringing that forward as part of your budget request?
Supervisor Grajova, yes, that's definitely part of the budget request.
Okay, and then the only other thing I was scrolling through while you were talking about the active and inactive voters, the Secretary of State's website lists that there are 419,142 voters that are listed as inactive. And basically what that meant is that they sent them a reminder, hey, you're registered to vote, to a certain address, and it came back. Like the reminder came back, and it came back twice. So people are registered, they just maybe didn't change their address. And so I just wanted to sort of highlight that it was something that was reported on at a state level as well. It's not something unique to Pima County, and it's not some sort of, conspiracy of, hidden voters anywhere. It's basically people didn't change their address. Maybe they moved out of state. Maybe they moved somewhere else. Maybe they've registered and we haven't reconciled it. But I think that it's important to sort of highlight that was something that happened in every state throughout the United States, not just Pima County.
Absolutely, Supervisor Grajova, you're absolutely right. It's a part of it's really a part of the Help America Vote Act with the National Change of Address that happens every year as well.
Yeah.
So there are different ways that these individuals get flagged, and mailing them election material is one, and return mail, but also being matched on that National Change of Address database from the post office is another way that they are flagged as being inactive. They have two addresses. If they're snowbirds, for instance, which is a problem, then they sometimes get flagged as being inactive.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Speaking of those that come back, those mail, what happens to them?
I'm sorry, what happens to the mail?
The mailed-in ballots that are returned because they're undeliverable.
Supervisor Christie, that is a recorder question.
Okay, that will be included in my questions with yours. And if you could, can you give us kind of a synopsis of how you view the procedures and the expectations of the recount coming up?
Yes, sir, Supervisor Christie. So the recount, the impending recount that will begin today, the procedures as far as the state or the county, which procedures are you asking about?
Either or, both and.
Yeah.
Either or, both and.
You're involved in both, I'm sure.
Yes. So from the state's perspective, I think the board members received the memorandum authorizing you to, delegating this responsibility to you, and you're delegating it to me. So that is a part of the procedures. They have to go to court. They delegate the responsibility of the recount to the Board of Supervisors. Then it kind of filters down to us. And so what they've done, they've created a plan where they're going to do logic and accuracy testing of all of the voting equipment, because it is a statewide office. They're statewide offices. Mine is today at 12:30. So they will come in, they will bring their test deck. We will run it through our scanners that have been programmed to only count the two offices, which is the Attorney General and the Superintendent of Public Education, okay. So those two offices, and then count those. We will run all of the ballots that we have in our office through the scanners again. So they all run through again. If for some reason a ballot has been handled too much during the hand count or something like that, it may get outsourced to a different bin, and we may have to duplicate that ballot. In that event, what happens is, so at first this ballot ran through without any human interaction. It just, the scanner read it however it read it. However, if we have to duplicate this ballot for whatever reason, it could be that the individuals who are duplicating the ballot looks at it, they say, oh, well, the voter intent was either to vote for this candidate or that candidate. Well, the office may not have been counted before. It may have been an overvote because they may have marked a couple of them. They bubbled in one, and then they did an X, and it ends up being an overvote. So in those instances, what happens is they duplicate those ballots. We run those ballots through again. We may see a different result, maybe one or two if we have to duplicate ballots, but that's normal in a recount. So we could have one more for a candidate or one less for a candidate. So after everything is run again, those results are run, they're sealed, We do not reveal them to any observers. We do not reveal them to anyone. We send them to the Secretary of State, and the only person that opens those results is the judge. But daily, what's going to happen is that we will process, today until 6 o'clock, we will process ballots every day from 8 until 6. We will still be there until 7 o'clock because we have to save and back up the files. And then after, around 7 o'clock, we will post the total number of ballots that we have processed. Not results, but just the number of ballots that we have scanned for the day. We will post that daily. And then at the end of the recount, once we're done with all of ours, we will have a post-logic and accuracy test, which the political parties participate in, to make sure that the way we programmed the machine in the beginning is still operating that way at the end. Then we will have a hand count audit on December 17th, where the political parties will come in and actually hand count ballots, and then we will then submit those results to the Secretary of State.
Do they hand count all the ballots or a portion of them, or a percentage?
2%.
2%?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it would be, you would make it available to do an after-action report on the recount for the community?
Yes, sir, if I can do it in January. Is that permissible? Absolutely. There's still more information that we need to look at with voting equipment, with vote centers, and other things that we haven't had the opportunity to really look into and explore in any depth yet. So absolutely, I would be glad to come back and report on the recount, as well as provide that additional information to you.
Great, we'll look forward to that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions for you're free to go. Free at last. Wow.
Thank you, Director Harper.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your informed responses.
Chair Bronson, may I just say a couple words? First, I just want to say thank you to the board for, number one, trusting me with this tremendous task of running elections in Pima County. And thank you to all of the county departments, the county administration. Many, many thanks to the political parties, because they all have worked with me. That's not always the case. I've been in elections for a long time. All political parties have worked with me. I mean, has it been agreeable all the time? Did we agree on everything? Absolutely not. But they were willing to come to the table and have a conversation, and that's important to me. And so if we could work things out, that's great. Poll workers are awesome. Love my poll workers. Long hours, long days, but without poll workers, without the political parties, without the participation of all of the departments in Pima County, this would not have happened. So I just wanted to say thank you.
That's what teams are about.
Yes, thank you.
There's no I in team. All right, thank you, Ms. Hargrove. I'm going to again take another item out of order. Our sheriff is here, and item 25 on the agenda is regarding the Pima Adult Detention Complex. And if we get an update from Sheriff Nanos, that would be appreciated. Sheriff Nanos. And I'll move the item for purposes of discussion. Second. Motion and a second.
Madam Chair, board members, thank you for having me and give me this opportunity. I sent a letter out last night to all of you. I hope you've had a chance to review it. More importantly, there's a link there to the Albuquerque Journal that I hope you paid attention to and had a chance to look at that. I'll be brief in my remarks today and allow you to allow you more time to ask questions as you need to. But this really is about, for me, safety in our facility, and not just for inmates, but for staff. We are at a crisis. This is not at an edge where we're about to be in a crisis. Today, we are in a crisis. Currently, as of today, we have over 90% capacity in that jail. If you wanted to operate that jail at its full efficiency, your capacity would be about 85%. I'm going to say, when I asked to appear to you to get on your agenda, on that day we were at 95% capacity. More important to that number is the fact that even through the reform efforts that have been made headway to reduce that misdemeanor population in there, today we have about a population of about 95% felons, where I think a year ago it was probably closer to 65% felons. 95% felons, that's telling me that you have probably the right people in that facility, the most dangerous people, but it also adds to the tension of that facility. The tension exists on both sides of those bars, not just with staff, but also with the inmates, which if you paid attention and had a chance to read that article from the Albuquerque Journal, that article was highlighting a number of issues that they found to be a big cause behind the riots that occurred there several years ago and have now resurfaced. Those same issues have resurfaced there just as they have here in Pima County. When I read the article, I couldn't help but think immediately of how many of the things that occurred in Albuquerque are occurring today here. Understaffed personnel, overcrowded conditions, inmates sleeping on the floor, no time in the day room, no time in the yards. Today, if we can give you 2 hours in the day room or yard, that's exceptional, because we just don't have the staff to do it. We are right now at 323 correction officers. That's not personnel, that is strictly correction officers. With that number, that puts us at about 170 below our high of when I left here in 2016 of well over 500. And I don't think any one of us in 2016 believed for 1 minute that we were overstaffed. Yet here we are today, 160, 170 beneath that. What I'm asking from this board is simply that to have an opportunity to work with the county administrator to find ways to not just fund the rebuild of a new facility, because I think you've seen, some of you have taken that tour with me, and I'd encourage any one of you to please come over and see. You're literally just putting a Band-Aid on. I think when I came into office a couple of years ago, I toured that facility with some of you in the media, and those same problems, the flooding, the mold, the deterioration of the facility, the infrastructure itself is irreparable. We can throw millions of dollars at it all we want, every day. It's not going to get better. In fact, it's getting worse. And that facility, in its current condition, is not just unlivable for our inmates, but for me, it's a disgusting place to work. It is a horrific work environment. And this is for a job that, if it was at its best, in the most pristine condition, it's a tough job. But now it's at a condition that is just deplorable. It's untenable. I have staff there who show up every day and work there. But it is a tough, tough job. I am asked now, having to ask staff to put in 16-hour work days to cover shifts that it's almost built in. If you're coming to work on a Thursday afternoon, Thursday morning, and you've got an event, a family function that evening, they'll call in sick because of fears that they won't be allowed to go home at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, that they'll have to stay over. So it just compounds itself. And I have a hard time. We had reports of individuals falling asleep on duty. That is just unacceptable. I put out an edict that said we're going to terminate these people. But then when you start to look at, you've got 16 hours of work. A half-hour drive home, a half-hour drive to work, there's 7 hours. You got to spend time with your kids. You've got to maybe pick them up, got to stop, get groceries, got to cook dinner. You're getting barely 4 hours, 5 hours sleep. We know that mistakes are going to be made. Erroneous releases that we've seen. These are deadly mistakes. These are mistakes that aren't just a concern for staff and inmates, but our community. It puts the community at risk. And I wish I had the time to say, let's do a study and let's go out to our community and ask them to get signatures and put on a referendum for a special sales tax, a jail district, if you will. But we know that takes time. I don't have that time. You as a board, 5 of you, could put aside your politics and do for what I believe is the right thing, and today fix this. At least get the ball rolling. Allow us the opportunity to put together funds that do stand up against defund the police. We all know, you all have spoken with me individually, collectively, to our communities, how much we detest the idea of defunding our police. I have had an opportunity to come back to this office and work closely with every law enforcement leader in this valley, every single one of them. And every one of them supports this idea. That if we it is tough. I have an ego, trust me. It's hard to put together a team of leaders, community leaders, elected or appointed, to sit down and say, hey, you know what, we're going to do this. We're going to get together on these very complex, very hard issues. Officer-involved shootings. We're going to do that. And yes, I understand Tucson Police might have more than Oro Valley. In Oro Valley, the sheriff has a jail that could have some real critical incidents that require assistance that Marana would never have to be involved in. But we have to collectively come together because this impacts all of us, the entire county. I think you've heard from, in the past, some of the Flowing Wells community, Mr. Daly and others are still here. The need to regionalize our efforts. We saw that with our sheriff's department and law enforcement leaders throughout this valley. We have never been closer. And when we put that together, that Pima Regional Critical Incident Team, oh my goodness, there was such fears amongst ourselves. But we have now recognized how successful such a regional effort can be. If we as leaders step back, put our egos aside, and allow the workers to get the work done. I am asking you to allow me to work with Ms. Lesher, our county administrator, at putting together a fund that would put together a half-cent sales tax. We know from the RTA and PAG that can raise $100 million a year. And with those funds, we could dedicate a percentage to the jail to build that new jail in 4 or 5 years. Because let's be honest, if we were to start today, if I had the money right now, we're 5 to 10 years out. And our roles here as elected officials isn't to just take care of problems for today, but for the future. I'll probably be gone. Some of you are very young, but a number of you may be gone too. But we owe it to our community. That's what we took this job, to make sure that our community is safe. The number one issue facing our public community is that, public safety. We all know that. And here's a chance for you collectively to say, you know what, I'm going to put the politics aside. I'm going to stand for what I believe is the right thing to do. Because that's what I do every day, right? That's what you do every day. In your hearts and your minds, you do the right thing. And so I'm asking you today to do the right thing. Get us started on the path so we can put together a tax that will fund public safety for the entire valley. and dedicate those funds. My letter points out, I would welcome the coalition to be a part of a oversight committee to make sure that those funds are used for what we say they're going to be used for, and that oversight committee meets with law enforcement officials, with board of supervisors, with city council members to come together with ideas for putting this thing together. I know we have the brain power out there. I know that if we step back and put our egos aside and allow others to come up with the right answers, because we know that they're out there, we can succeed. We can do a lot in this county, particularly when it comes to public safety. I'll take your questions. I thank you so much for your time.
I'm not sure we have questions, but I agree with you. We can't defund the police. And
thank you.
We see what's happening with the homeless issue. And yes, you do need a new jail. And I think what you've asked us is to let you work with Ms. Lesher to try to get something on the ballot, but we need to start sooner rather than later. And, you know, these are challenging times. We're looking at a recession, hyperinflation, all kinds of things, but one of our main statutory responsibilities of this board is justice and law enforcement, and there's no question you need a new jail, in my mind.
Thank you, ma'am. The sooner the better, but thank you.
Ms. Lesher, do you have any comments?
Chair Bronson, members of the board, and yes, I've been working and talking with Sheriff Nanos, and unfortunately, as he knows, I said I don't think we're quite ready to go today, but that I would welcome an opportunity to work with him and come back with you at perhaps the first meeting in January and look at what options might be for a jail district for various funding sources, as well as get a report to you all that provides an analysis, I think, of what we project the population of the jail to be, what the conditions might be at the jail, and what projected costs might be, so that you can see not only what the real need is at the jail, what the numbers look like, the cost, and how we might proceed in funding it, as well as some potential timelines for you.
Chair Bronson?
Supervisor.
Sheriff Nanos or County Administrator Lesher, have we had structural engineers go out to the facility to look at the facility to say, yes, these are structural issues versus some cosmetic ones? I mean, I've had the opportunity to walk through a lot of really old facilities through all of our TOSD schools and a bunch of others in Pima County, and there are some issues at the jail when we walked through last week that concern me, because some of it is like pipes leaking, those kind of things, and I just don't know what repairs would look like versus what, having maybe perhaps more of a facilities crew versus custodial crew, because it looks to me like there's some engineering issues, and the one that concerned me the most was actually the newest. 2006 is not that old for there to be just general maintenance issues. You have the floor coming down, there's some, I think, fixes that you all are trying to do as far as, putting that sort of sealant or some sort of epoxy in the showers, but it didn't work out, and that's $26,000. So it's just, I would really like to make sure that we're utilizing the resources that we have, because the largest part of our Pima County budget is safety. And so I want to make sure that we're utilizing every piece of it as well as we could. And if we get back from engineers saying, yeah, I don't know what happened, I don't know who built this, but this is all the things that are happening. One, let's find out who that vendor was. And then two, follow up with some of that. But my concern is that, I don't want to say, yep, we got to blow everything up and start all over again, when maybe there were some things that were deferred maintenance that is on the county. I mean, it's on us. If we deferred maintenance and said, you can't do that right now, we're not going to be able to redo X, Y, or Z, that's on us. And I want to understand how those pieces fit into the condition of the facility now.
Supervisor Grijalva, and I'll allow Ms. Lesher to speak to this as well. As far as structural engineers coming in there, what we've learned is as things are being repaired, for example, a walkway for the inmates on the second story, crumbling of concrete. We've heard that the mix was not proper 40, 50 years ago. It may have been, but today we realize, I'm not a builder, I'm not a constructor, but I've heard from engineers that say that concrete from the inside out is deteriorating and crumbling, and they can go in and do patchwork and fix it at $160,000 for about 4 feet of concrete, and that's throughout the facility. That was one. All of these, I could go back and say, was it deferred maintenance? Did the county screw this up? But I really don't care about pointing fingers backwards. Right. We know we have some issues. The mold in that facility, the water on the floor's literally sinking. We've spent $1.5 million on a kitchen floor, and it's still not right, and we're going to be prepared to spend another $1 million on that floor. The new facility, the 2005-2006 portion, a good 100 feet, linear feet of floor that is collapsing. It is walls deteriorate. It is a mess. You saw it, and I appreciate
that. And I guess, we have facilities that are 100 years old, and that facility looks worse than some of those other ones. So what I'm trying to understand is, was it faulty to begin with? Were the materials faulty? Is there something is there nothing that can be done, or is there something that, and I don't want to do patch jobs and not resolve the issue, but like the water issue, there's just some things to me that didn't make sense as far as the newness of the facility.
Right.
I mean, 16, it's not really old.
16 years isn't, and maybe some of that is salvageable, but I would defer, again, to Ms. Lesher on that part of it, that some of this, what I'm asking be done, that could be considered part of it as well, as to come in and look at, because maybe that's not the place for the jail. Maybe the better place for the jail is right next to a courthouse, so I don't have to have a transport team moving 100 individuals every day to and from the courts. There's a number of strategies and things we've learned from the last jail. I look at the jail we have today was a direct supervision jail, which we understand the principles of it is you have the guard, the correction officer in the pod with those individuals, so that there is some safety involved with the individuals, that the guard is actually, we're controlling it, whereas in the old types of systems, the guards were outside, the inmates were inside, who controlled that facility. We've gone away from direct supervision, partly because we don't have staff, but also because in the 2006 model, they engineered some things that moved us backwards, not forward, in that design. So design and what we have to exist with today, those are things that could be done in a study as we move forward.
And I also think it's important for us to look at the role of the courts in your population, which is something that we don't have any control over. And the other is looking at those people that you have in detention that really would benefit more from a detox rehab kind of environment, and how many are those? Because I don't want to presume that our population is going to continue to grow, because if we had other players at the table that are critical to this conversation, because you're dealing with who comes to the door. What I think the courts have an opportunity to do is to help support moving populations that don't have to be incarcerated into environments that would be more beneficial and would take it off of your plate, and at least bring the population down to where you were asking for, which is like 85.
All of this, like I say, this is real complex, and it gets there, and I know you're aware of it. We have 652 inmates today that have been there waiting over 120 days for a trial. I can blame the courts, I could blame the county attorneys, I could blame public. The issue is simply this. There was a backlog because of COVID. They're doing the best they can, but if staffing levels for probation, who's filled that jail with 400 some inmates, if their staffing levels are like mine, we're beating a dead horse here.
Yep.
To me, the issue isn't
We're
doing
heading
that.
toward 10:30, and we have another hearing
Yes, ma'am.
for a time certain. But let's kind of wrap this up. I think, Ms. Lesher, you and the sheriff are going to be continuing this conversation, and then we'll be getting something back from you in January with recommendations.
Great, thank you so much.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
just a second, let Ms. Lesher respond.
Yes, ma'am. We will come back with a proposal and a plan, and again, evaluate these numbers and take into account, as Supervisor Grijalva was discussing, both the population, and we can look at the cost-benefit analysis of new versus what we can be doing with any kind of maintenance that could occur now.
Supervisor Christie, and then we need to move on.
And very, very quickly, just a thought, and I don't know how feasible it is, but we have a capital projects list. For instance, this building here is going under extensive repairs at the cost of millions of dollars. Does it need it? Most definitely. Is it over and above as a priority than the jail situation? Maybe we could have a reshuffling of the capital projects, a realignment that would include the jail issue. So I would encourage both of you to look at that particular piece, because it's a substantial amount of money that we're going through renovating county buildings. Sheriff, very quickly, you've worked your way up from all areas of law enforcement, and you, at one time, if I remember correctly, hearing you were a corrections officer. Wouldn't you agree, or wouldn't you say that out of all the various capacities as a law enforcement official in the Sheriff's Department, that being a corrections officer is probably the most challenging?
Not probably. I worked downtown and got robbed for a living. That was easier than their job.
Yeah.
Theirs is the most difficult job I've ever seen.
And the staffing issue, of course, is the key to running the jail properly. What has been the effect?
Okay, I'm going to have to cut your questions because we're getting to a time certain. But
I'll talk to you.
And you may text me, call me, I'll gladly answer any of those. Yes.
Okay.
I didn't get to ask any questions at all, Chair.
Well, we're at a time certain now. We're going to go move to the next item.
No, that's not okay. I need to ask my question, Chair.
No. We are at a time
Chair
certain.
Bronson,
It was
I asked for a vote of my colleagues.
No. We are at a time certain. It's on the agenda. I'm sorry,
I don't care about the
Supervisor.
time certain, Chair. I get to ask my questions.
You're out of order.
I would ask for a vote of my, I would move that I get to ask my questions and ask for a roll call vote.
Motion dies for
I'll
lack of
second.
it. Okay. Quickly, roll call.
Supervisor Christie?
No?
Supervisor Grijalva?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
No, but I'd like to explain my vote, and I wonder if we can return to the item after we cover this item.
I think we're going to take a break after we get to this item, and then we could return.
Thank you.
All right.
Chair Bronson?
No. Motion fails. Then let's move on. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Then let's move on to item 24. It's a contract with American Battery Factory Incorporated. I'll move the item. Motion and a second. If there are no objections, motion carries. But I think we have some folks here who want to say a few words. If you want to come up.
Wait, I'm sorry. Were you voting on the item?
Yeah.
No, I would like to hear the presentation before we vote.
Well, we already just voted.
Well, I'm going to vote no then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring you.
If I may, Chair Bronson, then just initially just said what we've got before you today is the lease purchase agreement that will allow American Battery Factory to expend about little over $1.2 billion and employ about 1,000 individuals. Ultimately, we hope resulting in over a $3 billion economic impact into this community. The proposal before you that we've been considering today is the market value lease. It's got very clear, verifiable employment and wage benchmarks. It's got a potential purchase that, again, is at market value that could ultimately provide benefit to the county of about $23 million. A lot of individuals have worked for a period of time on what we believe to be a very good package for both the people of Pima County, for ABF, and for the county itself. With you today, we have our economic development team, Carmine DeBonis and Heath Viscovi-Chiordi. We have Mr. Joe Snell from Sun Corridor, as well as Mr. Paul Charles, who's the CEO of ABF, as well as their general counsel, Tyler Horton. We also have Allison Grigg with us, who's the Vice President of Business Development for the Arizona Commerce Authority, just letting you know that many people are here to answer any questions you might have, but this has been a truly extraordinary partnership and effort with representatives from the state, from the Commerce Authority, from Sun Corridor, our team, as well as ABF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Just a minute. I am going to withdraw my motion in deference to the Vice Chair, and will then, I need a motion on the floor, though. I'll move the item, and then we can have discussion.
Right. I wasn't prepared to vote, so when you said no objections, I'm like, well, then I do have an objection.
Okay,
so
okay, gotcha.
if you pull the vote, then we're happy to do a roll call or however you want to do it.
We need a motion in a second so we can have the discussion.
Right.
So I'll move I withdrawn, and now I'll move the item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All right. We can now have a discussion. So if any of you that have joined us would like to come up and say a few words and answer some questions, we'd be delighted. And state your name and address, or your name for the record, rather.
Hello, I'm Paul Charles. I currently live in Utah, but plan to move down to this area.
Where in Utah?
Provo-Orem, American Fork it's Utah County, so it's about 45 minutes south of the airport. And just to give you an idea, when I got on a plane yesterday morning, it was snowing heavily. Okay, and so
bring some down here, please.
Yeah. so appreciate the beauty and the warmth, and this is kind of a homecoming for me. Raised my children, all 8 of them, in Arizona, and I was a scoutmaster for about 6 years here. So I've had an opportunity to see a lot of Arizona, to say the least. And so it's we're humbled that you have considered allowing us to become a part of the Tucson family here. And if you don't mind, I'd like to tell a little bit about the journey that brought us here, if that's okay. And feel free to ask questions about anything in the project or about me. But we're a spin out of a 10-year-old company based in Utah that makes energy storage products, and you've probably seen them in Costco. And a company's called Lion Energy, and they've made everything from portable solar generators that you can recharge in about 90 minutes. Instead of using gasoline to power your generator, you actually use the sun. They recently just sent over about $400,000 of those solar generators to the Ukraine, so they can be used on the ground in that area. They also make energy storage for residential applications as well as commercial, all the way up to grid level as well. So from 40-foot shipping containers all the way down to something that's a luggable. They understood clearly that they needed to onshore all their production. They design their products in Utah. They test their products in Utah, but like the rest of the battery business, it's all made in China. And so they've started this process of onshoring, and they were missing one key ingredient, which is this. This is a battery cell. And the prospect of making that here in the U.S. is quite daunting, frankly. The chemistry is very safe. It was actually invented here in the U.S., and 20 years ago we pushed it to China. Well, this is a national security issue now, okay? And our premise is that in order for the EV, the electric vehicle revolution, to really occur, you need to have an optimized and stable grid. And that grid works at different levels here, all the way from your home up to a utility level. In order to do that, and in order to use renewable energies, you really need to use batteries. And so our focus is really on making a whole bunch of these in a clean, safe environment, which is something that is very important to us. We've been able to put together a number of multinational partners that will make this location a showcase of what Americans can actually do if given the opportunity and given the resources on this as well. Some of the key reasons that we chose Tucson, and literally we narrowed it down to about a dozen states initially, and from a dozen it went down to 2, and ultimately it came down to the people and the quality of life and just the progressive nature of the people that are here. And one of the first proposals we got at the state level was from Arizona, and that quickly became the standard to which we actually compared every other state's proposals. And other states actually offered us more money, more incentives, free dirt, incredibly inexpensive power, because we draw a lot of power, there's no doubt about that, and other things. But at the end of the day, we view this as a generational opportunity for our company, but also as we hopefully will become adopted into this family here, that we can make an impact at every level of the citizenry here. And so it's very, very important from that perspective. I do want to mention a few things that, and I do appreciate the questions and the Q&A that had come and gone with this, but our goal is to be able to have a location from which many other factories will go out. We have a decentralized approach to our factories, and they're modular in design as well. Our factories go up very quickly because they're actually built in a factory in North America. It takes about 10 weeks to build a 500,000 square foot structure, and only about 10 weeks to stand them up. Our time frame is by the end of this coming year, so Q4 of 2023. We anticipate having about 300 employees here. We then anticipate about a 6-month time frame for commissioning and bringing that online. So by the second half of 2024, we will all have a gigafactory in Arizona producing a safe, clean, and green battery cell. And by the way, it does not use cobalt, and it does not use nickel. Just as a quick side on that, Russia provides between 10 and 20% of the nickel in the world, and cobalt is a near-conflict material that mainly comes from Africa, and there's over 20,000 kids that are involved in slave labor and that whole thing. We do not use cobalt, we do not use nickel. This is called lithium iron phosphate. Essentially, it's fertilizer with some lithium thrown in. Okay, there's a lot more to it than that, but it's a very safe chemistry, and our batteries are built to last 20 to 30 years. I could go on for a long time, but let me answer questions, please.
No, I'm in awe of what you're doing and want to welcome you to this community. Thanks so much. Any questions?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
I do.
Please.
Thank you. So we're in the middle of a mega drought, and Pima County's demonstrated its commitment to water sustainability and conservation, and that's through the Sustainable Action Plan through county operations. So the issue that I have is there's a use of, when fully operational, 150,000 gallons of water a day, right? And so can you talk to me about where that water is going to come from? Is that our groundwater? Is that reclaimed water? And then when you have this wastewater, what's in it, and where is that wastewater going to go? Because in the area that we're talking about, specifically in District 5, we've had Superfund site cleanup sites, we've had really TCE plumes, and the community that keeps getting hit is right around this area. So I just need to ask a lot of questions, because I will get asked a lot of questions.
And I look forward to getting to know you better as well, too. We love questions. It helps us to be better. Yes, at fully operational, will be approximately 16 gigawatts of production, which is a fair amount of production, to say the least, over 267 acres. So it's really a campus environment there. We anticipate our water usage to literally be 8 swimming pools a day. So you think about that. That is not very much for a massive complex, to say the least. And in terms of scrap and waste, we do not anticipate everything that we produce in a scrap and waste, we plan to recycle as well. So there's no disbursement into groundwater other than simple sewage, for normal use with that. This is a showcase of clean and green, truly, and we want to make sure that as new technologies do come on board, that we're able to implement those as well. But from a water usage, that's an incredibly small amount, especially if you look at other gigafactories around the world, which are quite intensive in terms of water usage. This is a very, very small. So we'll start with a couple swimming pools a day and progress to about 8 is what we project over a 5-year time frame with that. And in terms of the supply of that, that'll be contracted with a local water supplier.
So, County Administrator Bronson, do you know if that's going to be groundwater or if that's going to be like
bonus?
We can't hear you, Carmine.
Light is, there we go, my
There
light's
you go.
on. Madam Chair and Supervisor, so the water provider is Tucson Water. So as we know, Tucson Water does have renewable supply, CAP water. They do aquifer storage and retrieval, so that would be the source of the water service to this project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions that you have, or we can talk afterwards as well,
yeah,
too?
and I'm going to sit on it for a minute and see if my colleagues have any other questions.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Supervisor Christie.
Going over the contract and the lease purchase situation and all that, there's a number of benchmarks and requirements that have been placed for this to proceed. Are these, in your estimation, do they need to be revisited? Are you happy with them? Are they too restrictive? Do they give you the freedom that you're going to need to be operated, that you're going to need to be operating with, or are they an interference and could lead to decisions down the road where maybe this wasn't such a good idea for you to come here?
And thank you for asking that question from that perspective as well, too. I mean, we're pragmatists, and we're in business to make a profit. We're in business to contribute to the community economically with this. Those are benchmarks that we need to hit because our offtake agreements require us to be able to have product in the hands of our customers. And so we feel comfortable with the numbers that have been extended forth with that. And we've also tried to be conservative as well. I've been given assurances as well, too, that if indeed something unanticipated, a pandemic or something that occurs, that we would be able to have discussions if things needed to be altered.
You feel the flexibility?
I feel the flexibility. Thank you. That's a good way to put it.
And Madam Chair, this is to the legal beagles that are involved with the lease. I'm looking on page 27 of 40, and it shows the signatories of the lease, and from the county side, one says approved as to content, and below it it says approved as to form. Has anyone approved it as to legal?
Yeah.
The reason I ask that is we've gone through several years of conflict with worldview and the issues surrounding that and the issues that Pima County delved into. And with this amount of issues at stake, I would hate to see somebody like the Goldwater Institute come back 6 months from now, a year and a half from now, and say, you didn't dot an I and cross a T here, plus you left this out and that out, but we have it approved as content, we have it approved as form, but I don't see anything that says we've approved it as legal.
Supervisor Christie, our office has been in close communication with the economic development and with county administration over this project. So we've approved as to form as well, but we provided legal analysis regarding a gift clause and other issues. So we are part of the team that's developing this.
So you're confident that it conforms to all the legalities that are necessary for this to go forward?
Supervisor Christie, as far as we know and as far as we can anticipate, we can't stop Goldwater from challenging it if they do, but we're doing everything in our power to make sure that this is airtight.
Well, again, it would be a little bit more reassuring if we knew that entities that might be challenging this were maybe consulted or brought into this for their eyes or something, because I would hate to see things happen and move along, and then these great plans and this great opportunities go up into the courts. And we've been through that, gone down that road before, and I certainly, with this type of employment and with this type of investment and with this type of a lease purchase, I would just hate to see something like that. It wouldn't be good for our community, and it certainly wouldn't be good for the battery company.
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, we have also engaged with additional legal counsel on this issue, and excuse me, I'd ask Mr. DeBonis to speak to that.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, as Mr. Brown has indicated, we worked with the County Attorney's Office as well as outside counsel. That outside counsel has also advised the county with respect to the litigation involving Worldview. So we have gone through this agreement with a fine-tooth comb. We believe we have structured it in a way that is legally appropriate and defensible. This has a lot of details that are different from the agreement with Worldview. So this is a market rate lease and purchase based on appraisals. And we believe that all of the items associated with gift clause have been adequately addressed, sufficiently addressed within the terms of this agreement.
And so there's no rush to make this deal happen that we had under Worldview. We're doing it methodically and in line and not under pressure of any threat of the whole thing blowing up.
Supervisor Christie, members of the board, we have gone through this very detailedly with ABF, with the County Attorney's Office, with outside legal counsel. We feel confident that it's structured in a legally appropriate way.
Okay. Welcome to Pima County.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Quoting from Ms. Lesher's November 23rd memo, page 2, it says, "The county's aerospace research complex is located in the city of Tucson's jurisdiction. An American Battery Factory is seeking incentives from the city of Tucson as well as the Arizona Commerce Authority, and those negotiations are still in progress." The memo, as I said, was dated November 23rd. Do we have any update on those negotiations?
Ms. Lesher.
If I may, Chair Bronson, I think Mr. Charles can answer that. I believe they're meeting with the city of Tucson later this morning.
Okay.
I don't have any further update than things are progressing positively along. And at the state level, those are performance-based, and I believe there's some additional incentives that are being provided with this. And I know we have a meeting in a few hours from now with the city as well to go through, but I apologize, I can't give any specific details other than what I've just stated. I apologize.
No, that's okay. And then I just wanted to ask, referring to page 3 and the different employment numbers at different increments, Mr. DeBonis, could you speak, and Mr. Charles, you as well, could you speak to how those different increments were agreed upon?
If you don't mind, I'll address that. We're taking a modularized approach to this factory, and we've done that for a number of reasons, but one, frankly, is just risk mitigation on this. We have a pod or module design, and every time we add another pod, which houses a manufacturing line of between 3 and 5 gigawatts of annual production of these battery cells, so millions of units. Every time we add another pod, we obviously need to hire additional workforce. We usually start out with a single shift, the dual, and then we're running 24/7. We do have 2 hours a day of preventative maintenance on that. So this coincides as we add our additional modules to this. It may be expedited on this, but we also wanted to be conservative as well over a 5-year time frame. But the need and the demand in the marketplace is tremendous. Everything that we can possibly produce that we project for the next 10 years will probably be on an allocation.
And could I ask Mr. DeBonis, could you, from the county's perspective, address how those different increments at each one of the 3 phases were agreed upon?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, so those were based on the production and operational needs of American Battery Factory, so we didn't provide input trying to alter those numbers. We worked with those projections that they provided and ensured that they were incorporated into the agreement in such a way that they were measurable and trackable.
And then just one other question, Madam Chair, and it's following up on some of Supervisor Christie's concerns. Could we get, Mr. Brown, an opinion to the board in terms of the analysis that your office went through to make sure that we're complying with everything related to the gift clause and any other applicable statutes? I mean, obviously, this board would have concerns about that, but I'd certainly appreciate, I imagine my colleagues would appreciate some additional explanation from your office as to how that was determined.
Absolutely, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And yes, welcome to Pima County.
Chair Bronson.
Thank you.
Supervisor.
Can I ask about the 300 full-time jobs and then the 600? How many of those are going to be people here in Pima County or coming to Pima County from advertisements versus people that you're bringing with you that have like a expertise or skill set that you need right away?
We want to hire as many people here locally as possible. And you need to understand that it's extremely difficult to find some of the technical expertise of designing, manufacturing, and volume this. A battery cell that has not been produced in the U.S. in volume, and so it's kind of the purple squirrel thing. And so as we do try to find those individuals, we will invite them to come here, and we think they'll fall in love with the area as well and the people. But our full intent is to work with the local schools, and by the way, just a shout out to everybody involved with this. It's really been a remarkable experience on this, and we do have an apprenticeship program that we'll continue to expand and to define on this, which will start in the high schools and go all the way through to PhD programs on this. We plan to work with local tech schools that'll be doing the training for those individuals that'll be working within our factory, and this will be one of this. We believe will probably be the most automated factory of cell manufacturing in the world, utilizing U.S. technologies on this. So anything that can be done with a robot or in an automated fashion, that's what's going to happen. And the people that will work there will be the ones that will learn how to program and to oversee and to really usher in the next generation of workforce with frankly, very unique skill sets, which will be quite marketable.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple times like the green and like the importance into the environment. Right. Do you have any studies or data to show? Because what's happened in the past is there's contaminated water, it evaporates, gets into our air, and I mean, I think we all are very sensitive for the impacts that have happened here in Pima County, but specifically in my district, we've had to deal with quite a few of them.
Right.
In addition, as long as if I can get some assurances that I can go out to our community and quite honestly, like my staff, and say, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is what are the contaminants in the water? Because phosphorus, they all have impacts on our environment, and specifically in this area, they've just been impacted quite a lot.
And I just really want to emphasize again is that the componentry within these cells, some of them are incredibly valuable, and so we don't want to drop to go to the waste site on that, and that's why every piece of waste and scrap will be recycled or sent off, but we have no plans to disperse anything into the ground other than, like I said, just simple sewage with that. And knowing what the chemistry is on this as well too, this is as safe as any chemistry that's been scaled already on a global basis with this. I just want to give assurances that the water which is dispersed in steam, there's currently no technology to capture just pure steam. If there is, we'll certainly look at that on that. But that's why we've been able to really bring it down to such a small amount of water that's being used. And that's being mixed with synthetic graphite that's being used in the process with this. So it's as good as it gets, and we'll continue to improve upon that. But like I said, as a former Boy Scouter here, we have a stewardship to the land, we have a stewardship to the people, and we do not want to contaminate either.
Yeah, we do too.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor.
very quickly, just for the record, and you're going to be on the record, are you adequately capitalized to begin this project? And after it is up and running, do you have enough working capital for the operation in your estimation? And you're not going to run out of operating capital?
No, our financial partner is Guggenheim. You can look them up. We have not wanted to go into the capital market until we have a definitive location. And assuming this is approved, then we would be able to move forward into that. And we've been working with them for this past year. We've also been offered multiple 100% financing for all of our capital equipment. This is semiconductor business in terms of a capital expenditure.
Actually, that's amazing.
This is a lot of.
Congrats.
This is a lot of money with this, and there's very few opportunities for clean and green U.S. production of cells, put it that way. We will continue to expand here, but we also will have other factories throughout the U.S. and throughout the world. And so we feel quite confident that we will indeed be able to have adequate capital to do that. And keep in mind that this location here is, as I said, it's really an epicenter for how you can build batteries clean and safe, and we will be inviting our offtake contract partners here. So it's just this battery by itself doesn't do any good. You have to put it in something. And so we will be inviting other groups to co-locate here within our facility, so you can actually have products you can buy at all different levels. Likewise, we also plan to invite others that will be able to have a vertical integration so that componentry can actually be made here as well. A complete food chain, shall we say, on this.
Excellent.
And I didn't notice, I'm sure it's in the contract, but are you privately owned or publicly traded?
Thank goodness we're private.
You're privately owned.
Yeah, there had been a lot of opportunities, to do SPACs and things of that nature, but we've been very fortunate to be able to have this privately funded. I'll just leave my comment at that.
Chair Brunson.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Any plans at all, and if you alluded to this, I missed it, to use like photovoltaic energy generation to offset the energy demands that you mentioned are pretty high?
Yeah.
Shingles or, I don't know.
Yeah, at this time, TEP has really provided the ability for us to be able to stand up quickly, and that's been one of the biggest challenges, is finding adequate power. Okay, as we look at sites across America, and when you factor in, we have quite an extensive list of criteria in order for site approval and site evaluation, and power was one of the very key things with this. In the future, we absolutely would like to be able to look at doing something like that, coupled with energy storage. Hence, the key focus with this. But initially, one of the very key things was with the TEP and their ability to guarantee that we're going to have power by the end of next year. That's a critical portion.
Sure. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Wonder if, just coming back to a concern that Supervisor Grijalva raised, and the memorandum from Ms. Lesher does say the estimated water use is 150,000 gallons per day, and the expected wastewater usage is expected to be 25,000 gallons per day when the site is built out. Could we get some data from county staff on comparable public and private sector facilities in the county and their use of both water and wastewater generation? I think that would be a helpful point of comparison.
I actually asked for it. I have it. I can forward it to you. Mr. DeBona sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I'll send it right over.
Send it to all of us, Mr.
Yep,
DeBona.
will do.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Grijalva?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Bronson?
Yes. By your unanimous vote, motion carries. Welcome to Tucson.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate this.
And now we're going to take a break, a restroom break, I think. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I want a tour.
The audio. Okay. We have to go immediately to item 16. We have the attorney that's here has to leave in the next 10 minutes. So I'm going to move to item 16. This is unfinished business from 4/19/22, compromising taxes, interest, and penalties. I'm going to move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Mr. Hermes from Snell and Wilmer is here and is available to answer questions if you have any. Apparently, there are no questions. Are you sure, colleagues? This is a first. Okay, if there are no questions, I'll call the vote. And are there any objections? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Sorry it took so long, and safe trip back to Phoenix.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. I have to go back to court hearing up in Phoenix, so appreciate your time.
Okay.
This was not a billable hour for you, so.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to return briefly to item 25. Supervisor Hines, you had some questions?
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, okay. So I was just going to ask about the population of the jail and the offenders there. That's the correct, is that the item we're talking about?
Yes, 25.
Great. This is not my fingers anymore.
Would you want Sheriff Nanos to come up?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Just real fast, I know you're busy. So, like during the pandemic, I saw that, I think that we were down below 1,300, right, in the jail?
During COVID, we were, yes, sir.
Yeah, so, and now we're at 1,840 as of December 1st.
Today was 1844. I get a daily count.
Okay, great. And it looks like 65%, and I know you do not put people in jail, you are simply the jailer, so I get that. But just for the public's benefit, 65% of those there are nonviolent offenders, mostly from drug offenses, from perhaps not a failure to appear, or like parole violation. Is that your understanding?
So I can get you the numbers exact, but I'll tell you right now that 95% are felons.
Felons, right.
So 5% misdemeanors. Our booking rate, every day 200 to 300 people get booked in and out of there. The booking rate is about 56% misdemeanor, where 44% are felon. It was at one time about 70% and 30%. So that's closed that gap a little bit. But that's just booking. That's not who's actually housed there. Housing is 95% felon. Violent type, I'd have to go back and get those numbers because we have to determine what is a violent and nonviolent crime. I'll be honest with you, we could have a shoplifter who you, as the store security, comes up and says, hey, I need you to come with me, and you throw your arm or push them and run, you have now created a felony, an armed robbery.
So I think that's just my concern, because based on the December 1st data, we have kind of a memo here. 639 of those folks are violent, felonious, potentially offenders, and the remainder aren't. So I just think
Where did you get the numbers?
Let me look. I'll find out in 1 second as soon as I can see where it came from. Yeah, here we go. The jail data from. Let me pull this up. Yeah, okay, so this came out of Justice Services 12/5/2022, so I guess it was yesterday. It's like showing all the 10-month trend in data and the average from various years and whatnot. And then currently, the folks that are there, it says about 639 or 35% in custody are violent offenders. But my point to, not so much to you, but to everyone, is I think we can help a lot in terms of addressing the issues that you brought forward if we also have a kind of multifaceted approach, because it seems to me that even if it is potentially a felony that they are being held for trial, or they're violating a probation for, or whatnot. It just seems like there's just so many better ways, especially after we went through COVID, and we're still going through it, honestly. There's just many, many better ways to address those who are non-violent, who are not showing up, or who are, drug offenses, right? This is, again, you are the jailer, not the person who puts them there, but that's why we need to pull in county attorney and a lot of other folks as well to address, should this person really be in jail?
So Supervisor Hines, I think you're talking about an area that for me for 2 years we've looked at, some reformation issues that I think are still need to be looked at, and I think we could do better. But for my role, when it comes to reformation, for my role, the only thing I can do is provide you a program. Right. We have ankle monitors, for example, and for whatever reason, the pretrial services and the probation department want nothing to do with them. Courts, Mr. Bergen, want nothing to do with them. I stood up an entire staff and team to work nothing but, I can have one corrections officer watch 40 people at one time.
Right.
The reasons given don't make sense to me. Hey, we don't want to do it because there's not enough data out there to show that it works. Well, that's wrong. There's 95% success rate with ankle monitors.
Wow.
Well, it's costly. You can't, no, I'll pay for it out of my budget. I'll absorb it.
I'm sorry, it's out of our budget.
I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. But it would be under the sheriff's budget, not the court's budget.
Sure.
Then it came to, well, you can't charge the inmate or the client on the monitor. I never intended to. The excuses just kept coming. I don't have time. I just don't have time for that. When I sat with all of them together, the judges, the county attorneys, everyone, on their reform measures and their reform issues, it was evident to me that, my opinion, it's political. There's not real reform. I want to move forward because it is a crisis today. The things you're talking about, absolutely, those things should be occurring, and I hope they are occurring. But from my office and my standpoint, I have a responsibility to my staff, to those inmates, and my community to keep them safe. It is not safe.
Of course, and I would just close on, this board has the ability through, we control the budget of the county attorney, we control the budget of the Superior Court, so.
Not exactly.
Well, I'm just saying that we have some ability to maybe induce or encourage these reforms, because I think it's better for the people and it's going to be better for you.
The reduction of our jail population should be looked at, should be happening, but from what I've seen, I don't hold great hopes.
Madam
All
Chair.
right, thank you. Supervisor.
Sheriff, you talk about staffing as the biggest issue, really, of protection, public protection, the protection of your employees at the jail. What impact has the mandatory COVID policy had on the staffing situation? And is it worth going back and looking at it again to maybe rethink it so we can attract, retain, keep, especially those that have been there for a while, but for whatever reason they don't want to take the vaccine, yet they had to be terminated? Or is this something that could be looked back at?
It can be, but I don't know that it's necessary at this point. We had, it went through the due process, and the Merit Commission put, I believe, 17 of 21 people back to work. We also hired some back without Merit Commission because of health issues and other considerations. So really, you're talking a handful of individuals that I don't know that even want to come back. And if they did, I don't know that we want them back. The majority, the large majority, are back at work.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask a question for clarification of both Sheriff Nanos and Ms. Lesher. The short-term measure that you're asking us to take on, the 7.5% salary increase for corrections officers and corrections sergeants, is that going to be before us on December 20th, or is that also in January?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Scott, that will be before you on December 20th.
That's what I thought. Yeah. And then just another question for clarification. Sheriff Nanos, in your memo to us yesterday, you said, use your authority to initiate an immediate half-cent jail tax and create a jail district. So what you're requesting is, as I understand it, a unanimous vote of the board to enact said tax.
Correct.
So when we get the analysis of the facility, and I agree with Supervisor Grijalva, I have those same questions about the facility. I also would like something from the county attorney on what we are allowed to do as a board, because I know we can enact a general countywide sales tax with a unanimous vote of the board. I didn't know that we could enact a tax for a specific purpose by a unanimous vote of the board. So I just would like some clarification on that.
Ms. Lesser, did you have a comment?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Scott, it is a general sales tax if passed by the board. The board can, through action, designate it for a specific person,
Gotcha.
but it would not be, it would be up to the voters to understand and believe that direction.
It was my verbiage of a jail district and jail tax, because I know that 11 of the 15 counties have incorporated such a district for taxation purposes, and I was just trying to compare us to that. We're the second largest county, and we don't have one yet. There's counties out there with population of 6,000 and jail population of less than 20, and they have it.
But what was the reference to the voters, Ms. Lesher?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Scott, there's two issues. If the board were to decide to establish a jail district and that is implemented, then that tax can go directly, and it is legislatively designed to move into to support that jail problem. If you have a sales tax, what then the only legislative piece that can legally be implemented, is the half cent. It is then administrative action by the board that would designate it for the allocation simply to the jail district. But your establishing a half cent can be used for any purpose.
If we were establishing a jail district, that would have to go to the voters.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff.
I appreciate the clarification.
Chair Bronson, I do think that we, as a board, have the opportunity to look at the IGA with the courts that we currently don't have. It's 2 years now that we don't have one, and I think that there is an opportunity there legally for us to be able to provide sort of some supports. I don't want our sheriff to be put in the position as other sheriffs that basically, in Arizona, I think, that have said, I'm sorry, we can't take that. We can't take that kind of crime. We don't have the capacity to do it. And I know that you're trying not to do that, but I know that other places have done it, and we want to make sure it's safe.
Supervisor Grijalva, I heard that this week, and I was asked about it, and to be honest with you, no, I will not do that.
Right.
I will not. One of my biggest functions is to provide a jail and house those inmates or those individuals charged with crimes. I'm not going to tell my law enforcement partners, no, I'm not taking your arrestees. If need be, we'll put cots in there, we'll put tents inside our own day rooms, we'll do something. But I want to avoid that. And
That's a low one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm going to then move, we've had you sitting here a while. I'm going to move to item 10 real quickly on our regular agenda. This is Constable Justice Precinct 1 appointment. We had no applicants that met the requirements, and so the board can reopen and extend the application submission deadline and proceed with the previously established process we did. So what is the pleasure of the board? Do you want to reopen it? And if so, then I need dates. And Madam Clerk, do you have any recommendations?
Chair Bronson?
Let the clerk
sure,
answer.
sorry.
If you reopen it, the submission deadline would be Friday, December 23rd, 2022. And we would re-advertise this for December 12th and 19th. And the person would be serving through December 31 of 24. and we would be able to bring this back at the January 10th, 2023 board meeting for appointment.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Hines, you.
I would move that we just leave it unfilled. I mean, we don't have to fill it, do we? If there are no applicants?
Is there's a motion? Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor, you both talked at the same time. Who wants to go first?
I would move that we proceed in the direction outlined by the clerk.
And I would second that.
A motion and a second to proceed as the clerk outlined.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
One thing I've noticed, and this is basically what I was going to interject here, is that the applicants in this last go-round, really, there's some very specific requirements in order to become even a candidate for constable. And something as simple as residency requires within the precinct. And we decided, well, why is this so difficult to find all these requirements, and how does one go about looking at these requirements? And we were able to find through our office a district map showing the constable department, but it's even this, as defined as it is very difficult to read. We need, I think, to do something to provide better information to applicants about the requirements, that they must live in the district, and that why would they, if they didn't fulfill the requirements, why would they even apply? And I think this really needs some attention to outline and have an easy way for applicants to find all the information they need to make an educated decision about running for the position. Because I tell you what, this takes a lot of work to do, and I don't understand why people can't have an easier access to the information to run for constable and qualify. So I would ask that, I believe the clerk of the board handles the information for this particular item, that they re-examine how they disperse this information and make it available, and to find ways to make it much more accessible to the public with all the requirements.
Chair Bronson.
Supervisor.
Respectfully, if somebody is applying for this position in residency in a certain, a certain precinct is important, if they can't find that information, then should they have the position? I mean, I just don't, I think that all you have to do is, I mean, you just put in your address and find out where you fall. I just don't think it's that complicated.
Well,
and so
it
my
shouldn't
concern,
be.
right, and maybe there's, like I have a little note here, like, is there a checkbox? Like, yes, I live in this area. Because if you don't check it, then I mean, I don't know if maybe they think that they can move into the district after they're appointed, because I know some elected offices, they allow that. So I don't know if that's statutorily a requirement that once you're appointed, you must live there, or is it you cannot apply until?
Well, I think we're talking about the same thing.
Right. To me, it just seems, it's kind of frustrating that, you
get applicants and they don't qualify.
Right.
Chair Bronson?
Yes.
I just wanted to add that also the clerk's office will be adding this to the Pima County main webpage as well.
Okay. Did you wish to respond to any of this at this point? And identify yourself for the record.
For the record, my name is William Lakewright. I am the Constable for Justice Precinct 5. I am also the presiding constable, and I will be the Constable for Justice Precinct 8 come January, as Justice Precinct 5 is being eliminated or rolled into 8. I don't see that there's an issue with living within the precinct, personally. I was appointed when I came in. I specifically moved into the precinct so I could seek that appointment. So I don't know if it was just the two applicants didn't understand the rules. We also have changed the boundaries of where the precinct is. Now, Justice Precinct 1 has grown, so you would think that it would open up to more people. I do appreciate if you continue to advertise it, maybe we can get some people in there, because we are understaffed right now. Whether that's the goal of the board, for the future, I'm not going to get into the politics of that, but right now, I'm trying to make sure that we cover all the papers that are given to us and we do them correctly, and I think we have another item on the agenda later for that. So if you open it back up, we see if we get people in there. If nobody applies, well, then we come back to it. But maybe people just didn't understand that there was an application process on there. I know that we just hired on Justice Precinct 10. I appreciate your vote on that. I think you'll be a great asset to the constables. You know, the other constables had reached out within the community for that position and tried to, you know, get people to apply. I don't know if that same effort was made for JP1. I'm going to turn around and tell you right now, I was sick. I was out for 2.5 weeks with the flu and then pneumonia, which is why I did not show up here to the last meeting. So I apologize for that. So.
Chair Bronson? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just a question, and I was taught in the legislature by none other than Kirsten Sinema not to ask any questions that you do not already know the answer to in a public forum. In fact, it was her suggestion I ask the U of A president a question that was incredibly embarrassing for the president of the university and me. So I will not hopefully be doing this, but I would just like your candid, I guess, thoughts on the idea of, if permitted by a statutory change, a constabulary that looks more like the recorder. One, not like 8 or 9 or 10, but one with a professional like staff and all that kind of stuff. Have you thought on that? What would your thoughts be? If you want to reflect on it and get back to me, that's fine too.
I'll be more than happy to talk to you one-on-one. I can do it here for public record as well. The changes to the constable office, whatever the decision be, has to be legislative.
Right.
So I can't turn around and say, you know, hey, it'd be great if we had one constable and a bunch of deputies like the Sheriff's Department operates. The way it is written now is what I can operate with. And we have constables for each one of the justice precincts, and so that's what we're trying to work with. Now, obviously, the other agenda item is for deputies on that, which kind of works into what you're talking about, is if we had one constable, you know, and deputies, that's the way the Sheriff's Department would operate. But I can only go with the way the law is written now. Until the legislature changes that law, then I will operate within that as well. So, does that answer your question? Kind of?
No. But
Okay.
Would a model like the sheriff, like the recorder, be something you would be amenable to, I guess is what I was kind of asking.
So when it comes to the deputies, we can set, and I'm kind of crossing over on fields here, but we can set the requirements for deputies. Like Sheriff Nanos does not go out and do traffic stops or arrests. You know, he's the administrative control of the Sheriff's Department. He has the deputies that go out and do that. And his deputies are required to be AZ Post certified. So, meaning they've gone through an academy, they have those certifications, they go through mental health checks, they go through criminal background checks. Let's face it, as an elected, I don't have to go through any of that. Neither does Sheriff Nanos. Well, of course, he came up through the ranks. So, you know, if it was all deputies, they would have that guaranteed training and authority and everything else that we could control on there. Whereas, you know, if someone were to apply for, you know, JP1, you know, it could be, you know, somebody with zero law enforcement experience and doesn't know what they're doing, and they could be constable and they would be given that legal authority. So, you know, there's a balance there. Now, granted, like any position, when a judge takes over, they go to judge school, or justice of the peace takes over, they go to judge school. When a constable comes in, they have to go through mandatory training and go through those AZ Post courses, but we don't get AZ Post certified. I'm working on changing that, but since we are elected, it would be a voluntary. So if someone didn't want to go through the AZ Post certification, technically they don't have to. Sure. So, whereas a deputy would.
Last question. Do you currently, as things stand, feel safe?
So, obviously August 25th changed a lot for us with the unfortunate loss of Constable Martinez Garibay. It had a trickle-down effect. We lost one constable immediately, aside from Constable Garibay, or Martinez Garibay, her best friend, stopped showing up to work as of that day. I can't say that I blame her. I just kind of wish things were done differently if she had resigned or something. But she stopped working, and then 2 other constables had decided that it was time for them to retire as a result of whether directly or indirectly, of that incident. We have worked very closely with Tucson Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, and the Sheriff's Department to change the way we operate. We're calling in every job that we're doing on the radios now, so we're on the log. The dispatchers know where we are, so their response times can be a little bit faster. However, we are relying on another agency, and let's face it, Tucson Police Department is overtasked and understaffed currently, so if they have something else going on, a bank robbery, or yesterday was just absolutely crazy on the radio, their response time is going to be delayed to be able to help us with something. Now, obviously, if there's an officer in danger, that elevates the response time, not their response protocol for us. But you know, I could turn around and say we've got a great working relationship with Sheriff Nanos, but that's only in Pima County, that's not within Tucson. So we have a great relationship with Chief Kazmar, but once again, we're taking on their their duties away from what they're supposed to be doing to assist us. And sometimes response times can't necessarily be all that fast. So we've done the radios, we've got the body armor, we've upgraded our tasers, we're going to the body cameras. I thank you all for that as well. You know, I would love to be able to work in teams. We are the only agency in the state that I know of, and I've kind of researched this, that will go into a house by ourselves and extract the occupants out of it. Sheriff's not going to do it. Tucson Police Department's going to do it. They're going to have multiple officers there to do that. But we've been doing that way for years. And it's kind of expected. Everyone thinks, oh, it's a civil paper. It's not a high risk. It's not a criminal. When you are taking away someone's house, you know, that's when people tend to get violent. When they're backed into a corner, that's when they tend to get violent. And we've seen a rise in, one, lack of respect to police officers. We've gotten violence against us. That's kind of one of the reasons we lost Constable Dorr, is he was injured in an altercation.
Madam Chair,
So,
I don't mean to interrupt Constable Lake, but I think we're getting away from the
I agree.
motion, and maybe if we took up item 19 after this motion, we could return to some of the things that he's talking about.
Okay.
So, sorry, I knew we were
Let's do,
across the
yeah,
board.
I'm going to call the question. Roll call. And this is re-advertising.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Grijalva?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Bronson?
Yes, by your vote of 4-1, motion carries. Let's move then to item 19, unfinished business from 11/15/22, classification and compensation. And there was a correction. The hiring rate should be $55,000 per annum. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second.
Chair Bronson?
Supervisor.
My only issue with this is that you're not fully staffed or fully trained yet. And so if this item comes back to us like March or April, I might be more willing to consider it because you've been able to show, like, this is where we are, this is what our workload is, this is why we need the assistance. We've had several memos, including one from former Deputy County Administrator Napier saying that there wasn't enough work. And so that's my only issue, is that not only do we have that information that we've been provided, but we also have, we understand that you're not fully staffed yet. And so those are my issues with this item specifically. And it's not that, and if we can, if you can, like, give us some data on how many of those times that you have to just serve the papers and ends up being an extraction, and where it would be, like, for the safety of everybody, helpful to have another person. We just don't have, like, any information that really speaks specifically to when those calls are different and how these two positions would help support that, because you might not always know. And again, I don't know the nature specific of, every time you have to serve papers, but if you might go and to have someone, ask them to leave, that they're now evicted and the house is already packed up and left. So how I feel like I'm being asked to supplement staffing when the posted positions aren't filled yet.
Correct.
Yeah, and I concur with you. I'm not sure these are necessary at all, and I think you're correct. This might be something we want to revisit come January or February, but I won't be supporting this.
And it's not because I don't support the mission. I just want to be very clear with that. It's mostly because I want to understand it, because this would be a permanent solution to something that might be temporary.
Exactly.
And I don't know if the nature of the work has changed so much that, it doesn't really matter if you're fully staffed. I want you to understand where I am, of course.
In the memo from Jan Lesher, which I worked with and sent her the information, we talked about how the constable's numbers of papers served, have decreased over the last 5 years. Well, 2022, that number is going back up again. But you have to take in effect that we are down 1 constable. If we were fully staffed, we're still down 1 constable because JP5 is gone. So that kind of skews those numbers. You now have less people doing either the same amount of numbers, but really what this comes down to is not the numbers of papers served, that JP10 is running, 29 papers and JP6 is running 175 papers a month. What it comes down to is more along the Supervisor Hines' question of safety. So this is a safety issue. When we're going into houses alone, if, for instance, on last Thursday, I helped JP10, Constable Chisholm, with 2 alert papers. He got papers that had, violence on them, they had arrest records and everything else like that. So, needless to say, I went there. We also had a deputy sheriff assist us with that. Those 2 papers took 5 hours. Now, yesterday, I served 14 papers in my district, which is the Midtown area and the east side. So, yeah, the numbers are different, but I can't take 5 hours out of my day to help Constable Chisholm, on the far west side, because now those 14 papers that I could have gotten done in that same time period didn't get done, got rolled over to the following day. So
Thank you.
That's what I'm asking for the...
Madam Chair?
Supervisor.
I think...
Were you done, Ron?
Well, no, I guess with that down that same line, we're only adding 2 people. So it's not like a one-to-one kind of partner.
Correct.
Those 2 deputy constables would still have to figure out, how do I decide where to go?
So the highest workload, and what I wanted was for the Midtown area. If you look at the data, and I'll be more than happy to share this with you, District 6 averages about 150 to 190 papers a month. The outlying areas, District 1, District 10, District 7, are doing anywhere from 14 to 50 papers a month. There is a disparity in there, but the Midtown area has the highest population density. It also has the lowest socioeconomic area. So it's like a game of Russian roulette.
Well, that's why you need a consolidated constable.
And we can go into that.
But let's not.
Okay, but as I said, with the outside areas running 2 papers took 5 hours where I can normally do 14. So.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
I think we've been given a great deal of information about the need for these deputy constables. The workload is different in different areas, and the amount of papers to be served varies from district to district. And the vision that I think that you've been expressing is that they'd be kind of like floating throughout all the districts on an as-needed basis. And to me, it makes perfect sense because it'll free up full-blown constables to be able to do what they're supposed to be doing, and then there might be times when the deputy constable can fill in doing less demanding paperwork or some other kind of paperwork that'll take the load and the time off of them. But it's really, it would be at your discretion to assign these deputies on an as-needed basis. And I think it makes perfect sense, and I think it's a terrific idea, and I would support it.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Just to follow up on some of Supervisor Christie's points, my understanding is that one of the requirements for the deputy constable is that they be AZ Post certified, which, as you already attested to, Constable Lake, is not a requirement for an elected official. So that brings to mind the safety concerns. And then something that was very significant for me was I saw a newspaper story or television interview where one of your colleagues, Constable Bernal, was quoted, and Constable Bernal said that, yes, we can call on a TPD officer or a sheriff's deputy to help us when we feel that we shouldn't go into a situation alone, like Constable Martinez-Garibay did, but oftentimes we have to wait until an officer or a deputy becomes available. So that, to me, those two safety considerations, the AZ Post certification and the ability for you as the presiding constable to assign the deputy on an as-needed basis when it's the safety of a constable that might be in question are probably the two chief reasons that I moved the item. But I'd certainly would like to ask my colleagues what additional information they are looking to get.
Supervisor Scott, mine specifically has to do with once staffing levels are filled and we have new people trained. We have new judges that are going in that will probably not have the same workload kind of push right away that the judges that are in office right now do, and I think that would help a little bit. But I do think that once we have everybody trained, I'm not opposed to looking at this once everyone is in their positions, but that would probably be like February, March for me.
Yeah, and just from former constable, actually she was chief constable, provided some data that indicates you're not overworked. So I do not know where, that's information that was provided. So I'm not sure I am comfortable moving yet. As Vice Chair Grijalva indicated, is this a temporary situation and we've got a permanent solution? I just can't go that route. So I will not be voting for this, but having said that, if there's no further discussion, Supervisor Hines.
Just really quickly, Chair Bronson and Constable, and again, I'm hoping that we can get some kind of legislative ability to make some reforms and potentially look at some additional staffing, but would instead of a deputy, would a process server coming to work for you all be helpful? Or even, because you can make the decision, I believe, yourself, by yourself, I think, to do that consolidation as well. So I think there's some, in terms of evening out workloads, is there other temporary staffing that you could possibly do, or anything else, until we can get to a place where we can, with the permission of the legislature, initiate reforms?
If we look at this as a numbers-based of evening out workloads, then I think we're looking at it the wrong way. I think you really need to look at it as the safety issue, primarily, because, workloads, yes, with the last few months, with only having 3 constables for a while and now having 6 constables, everyone has pitched in and covered the vacant areas. And so, and we can get in an argument. I'll be more than happy to talk to you each individually, about what it takes for an outlying area when it's 45 minutes to each one of the houses, whereas in my precinct where I can do 5 evictions in one apartment complex, you really can't weigh those against each other. But the safety issue of having that backup is the key, because how much is the life worth? So I don't want to have a repeat of what we had August 25th. So if we have a built-in safety person there with us to be able to help us, because let's face it, in the heat of the moment, I can't wait, for another agency to come back us up. So, and right now, we're looking for is to have that built-in backup. We can go numbers, on, okay, how many papers are we going to serve? But that's really what I'm going after.
And last for me, I know I've talked to probably 4 or 5 different constables, some former, and at least these constables tended to almost always pair off. I know one would be obviously leaving their particular, district to do that, but they would always be together, 2 constables always to do these evictions. Is that not something that I know with lower numbers it's a little more difficult, but is that not something that could be implemented, at least for certainly, at least for the like temporarily?
So Constable Randall, who Chair has alluded to, Constable Randall and I used to ride along all the time. My precinct averaged about 70 papers a month. Her precinct averaged about 80 papers a month. So yes, that was equal. Now the two are combined.
Right.
So we're going to get the consolidated numbers on there. It's just one of those of, I can't ride along with Constable Bernal, who's leading the pack as far as number of papers, or Constable Camacho, who's second on there, because then my papers aren't getting done. So, and I have to serve my constituents in my precinct as well, otherwise they're not getting taken care of. So that's really the issue on that part. Now, yes, can some of the outside areas come in? Yes, Green Valley can come up, Marana can come up, JP1 can come down. We're really not going to get anybody from Ajo driving 4 hours to come in to help. So that's why I just kind of discount that for most of these arguments. So yes, they can do that. But once again, we're duly elected to serve our precinct that we're voted from. That's our primary. Now, I helped out Constable Chisholm on Thursday because that was a safety issue. He had alerts. You know what? My constituents can wait because I'm not going to let one of my constables or my fellow constables get injured in the line of duty when I can be there to back it up. So yes, we'll make those flexibilities, but now instead of 14 papers a day, I've got 30 papers the next day. So it's just going to continue to roll. They're not going away.
Madam Chair?
Well, I think Supervisor Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you, Supervisor. What I'm hearing you say, Constable Lake, is that even if we have a full complement of constables, that your chief argument, and I agree with Chair Bronson that there absolutely needs to be more collaboration amongst the constables, and I know that you're working towards that end as Constable Stevenson was before you. But what I hear you saying is that even if we have a full complement of constables, the safety justifications for having AZ Post certified deputy constables that you can assign on an as-needed basis is not going to change. Is that accurate?
Let's face it, the times have changed. We're seeing higher crime rates, higher drug usage.
Answer yes or no.
Yes. So, sorry, ma'am.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor.
Just for a point of information, it should be, everybody should be reminded that Arizona statutes permits only the constable and sheriff to serve writs. Private process servers, municipal police officers, or other county employees cannot enforce evictions or asset seizures. So we can't outsource a lot of what...
You can some of it, but you're right on those items.
Well, there can be some of it, but that could be assigned to the deputy constables. But only the constable and sheriffs can do this. We can't hire people outside of that realm to do the job.
Understood. Any other questions? I'm going to call the question. Roll call.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes?
Supervisor Grijalva?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Bronson?
No. By your vote up 3-2, motion fails.
Chair Bronson?
Supervisor.
I would like to encourage you to bring it back in March when you have everyone all trained, and if the need is still as significant as you say, then I'd be happy to reconsider it.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate your consideration. Once again, I apologize for not being here at the last meeting, but I'm much better. Thank you. So.
Yeah, everybody's getting something. Yeah. All right. I have no idea where we are now. Yeah, actually I do. Yeah, we were, yeah, I know exactly where we are, actually. We're under, yeah, I was being facetious, yes. One of my favorite words. And one of, I'm really quite good at it, too. We're now the Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards, Flood Control District Board, items 7 and 8. Does anybody wish to divide the question? If not, I'll move the items.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, objections, hearing none, motion carries. We now go to the approval of the consent calendar.
Chair Bronson?
What's the pleasure of the board?
Chair Bronson?
Yes.
If I may pull item number 42 for separate consideration, please.
Okay, I was going to do that, but you did it for me. Thank you.
So was I.
Chair Bronson. I'd like to pull 17, 18, 19, 21.
21. Okay, so we're pulling 17, 18, 19, 21.
Madam Chair?
And 42. Supervisor.
Now, it's not as bad as it sounds.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5.
8, 13, and 16. And 2, 3, 4, 5, I can address those
Together. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 13, and 16.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I'll move the remainder of the consent.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, moving on to items 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'll move those items.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Christie.
Yes, who from staff can just give a brief outline on a short Reader's Digest version of what is the clientele that or the target that we're trying to assist here? What is their status?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, I'm not sure what you mean by status.
Are they out of living conditions? Are they out on the street? Are they about to go lose their home or
at risk?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, this actually addresses kind of the continuum. So this actually, the rapid rehousing services, that is the first two contracts, Compass Affordable CTR 23-085, CTCR 23-087. Those are rapid rehousing, and so for many of these folks, these are folks that are in homeless or about to become homeless. Some of the funds that are part of the second set of contracts, CTCR 23-086, CTCR 23-084. This includes case management and supportive services for folks who are being assisted in the process of being housed.
Trying to keep them in their house.
Yes, exactly.
And the first two is dealing with them after they've been dehoused.
In the process of being dehoused.
Is there any capacity in the first two that analyzes why they're about to lose their homes?
Yeah, we can bring, Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, we can bring back a detailed report that gives you a profile of what our service
and that was what I was going to request, because in the background provided, it talks about utilizing, quote, homeless management information systems. So it appears that in all four of these, that methodology is going to be implemented. And I would request that on a monthly basis, doesn't have to be agendized or anything of that nature, but at least a report issued to the board and to the public that can actually track the performance of these programs, and that they're provided on a regular basis, and hopefully along with the report, there'll be an explanation of how these metrics are gathered, so we can understand what metrics are being used. But since you're utilizing a management information system based on the homeless, I would appreciate a regular report on once a month.
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, that is something that we can provide. Realize that the homeless management information system is actually doesn't just apply to our agencies and our contracts, but that is a sort of county-wide effort, so there are a lot of partners involved. I am sure that we can tease out those components that have to do with our department and the services that our contractors deliver.
That would be greatly appreciated. And other than that, Madam Chair, I would... have we moved the item?
Yeah, I moved, you seconded.
Okay.
Chair Bronson, I do just want to note, I know that a lot is being talked about as to what the county is doing regarding people that are at risk of homelessness, and I just wanted to highlight all 4 of these are supporting 55 families. So not just 55 individuals, it could be a whole family of 5, and so it's 55 and up. And I think that it's important for us to understand that the importance of working with our community partners, I think is going to be really critical for us to continuing to address the needs of our community, and so I'm glad to support these items.
Madam Chair, very quickly, Dr. Garcia, would it be more comprehensive and efficient instead of on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis?
I would love that.
Okay.
Yes, please. We will come up with that. Supervisor Christie, Supervisor Grijalva, to Supervisor Grijalva's standpoint, we actually collect information both on households as well as on individuals served, and we do have prioritization schemes that allow us to maximize the number of folks who are impacted.
All right, if there's no further discussion, are there any objections? Motion carries. Moving on to item 8.
6.
Supervisor Christie, you pulled it.
Yes.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Christie.
This one is creepy. I'm sorry. That's the only thing I can say. I read the website on this particular item, and it's called STC Health, and you can print out their information on their website, but this is really an intelligence accumulator, and it's entitled Vaccine Intelligence to Monitor, Manage, and Mobilize Data for a Healthier Future. And it suggests that, do you want to be part of the world's largest vaccine intelligence network to improve the health of your community? And on one of the pages of this website, it actually shows a handheld device, probably an iPhone of some sort, with a person's name on it, with their medical history outlined. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, whatever happened to HIPAA? This, to me, is an intrusive and invasive methodology of another area to just gather more information on individuals. And we don't need the health department and the industries involved around them to be more intrusive in our lives. And again, I'm concerned about the HIPAA issue.
That's a good question. Is there a HIPAA involvement here?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, with regards to the contract that you have before you, there are absolutely zero HIPAA issues that we need to sort of be concerned about. The contract really is for if you look at the scope of work, it really is about sort of helping us better understand how we are delivering vaccination and related services, but there is not individual patient data that is going to be disclosed in a way that would not be HIPAA compliant.
Well, I'm sure you've seen their website, and they do have a handheld device with a person's name and their medical history, and it says you are due for this vaccine, this vaccine, this vaccine. That's pretty intrusive. That's pretty invasive as far as I'm concerned. And you say it's not HIPAA issued, but if that's the case, then that's fine. I just don't like all the intelligence on individuals or their health information.
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, again, this specific contract does not do that. So I, on my device, get reminders from El Rio telling me that I'm due for my shingles vaccine, for instance. And those are fairly routine, fairly standard kinds of things. People opt in and people opt out to those kinds of reminder mechanisms. All of the major healthcare organizations in this community have electronic medical records that are all accessible on your smartphone. So this isn't that kind of technology is not particularly new or novel. There are safeguards when those things are put into use. There are safeguards with regards to HIPAA. This particular component of what we were asking this contractor to do, I do not believe has any HIPAA concerns.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? There's a motion on the floor and a second. Any objections?
I object.
One objection. Any further objections? Motion carries 4-1. Moving on to item 13. I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Christie, I think you pulled this.
I did. This shows a history of the procurement director authorizing these procurements, and they've never come to the board level. And it starts with this amendment increased the shared annual amount by $2.2 million up to $4.4 million for a cumulative not to exceed contract amount of $10,800,000. This is to I'm assuming, is to provide food at the prison. And there was a procurement director approval in 2019, another one in 2020, another one in 21, another one in 22. And this increase, and the justification is, this increase is needed to cover costs of food products, which has risen an average of 10% over the past year, and provide funding for milk products, which were added after the commencement of this master agreement and can no longer be covered with the current annual award. This increase will also ensure funds are available to continue to meet the anticipated need for pre-made and individually wrapped foods utilized due to prolonged staffing issues. And my question is, this is not anticipated, and it's doubling the amount in less than 2 years. And why is it coming to the general fund, and why is it not part of the sheriff's annual budget request? Why is it coming on this level from the general fund without going through a budget process? And it clearly should be anticipated.
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, again, it's not been anticipated for this year that there has been increased over the last 5 years. And so what I'm happy to do is return and show you what was the initial, when this contract had additional changes, for what amount, for what purpose, when they actually came back to the board for any kind of ratification. And that I don't think over this, when we began to look at what this contract, how it would increase when it was entered into 5 years ago, did we anticipate the full impact of the increase that is occurring this year? They did not. And that's what we can come back and provide you with that additional information. This is simply to allow us to continue to provide food for inmates in the jail.
But you say it's come before the board before. It says the procurement director approved it.
And I'm happy to bring back those, what dates we did what, and if and when there was action by the board.
So this is an anticipated increase in the need, and it's not part of running a jail?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, yes, increased costs are anticipated. 5 years ago, when I believe it was when the contract was first entered into, we did not anticipate the amount that it would increase this past year.
So would you suggest that this be continued until you provide that, or is it something you need approval?
I would like to make sure that we continue to provide food to the folks in the jail, and I would appreciate if we could get it passed today, and I'll provide the documentation and the reports to the board.
If there's no further questions, I'll call the question. Any objections?
Madam Chair, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, one abstention. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries 4-0 with one abstention. We now move on to 16, 17, 18, and 19. Supervisor Grijalva, you pulled these items?
I think Supervisor Christie pulled 16.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. I'll move to 16. I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Christie.
This is a contract with Axon Enterprise and it is the, and I'm having a hard time determining what this is for. It talks about that it began back in 2017 with an award amount of $11,250. Now, with the proposed award amount today, that amount has jumped up to $2.6 million. One of the items it says here is that the administrating departments are Pima County Attorney's Office and Public Defense Systems. And the metrics state that this system redacts videos easily within the system for multiple evidence files. And the goal is to gather pertinent evidence obtained by law enforcement to protect the truth from capture to courtroom. And the procurement director approved this these items, and part of the increased amounts are due to what is called an attorney premier bundle. What is a attorney premier bundle?
Madam Chair Brownson, Supervisor Christie, this now includes this new software that allows for the body cameras and the discussions that are having to actually translate the discussions. It used to be that they would have to manually listen and do redaction. This software allows them. Now it's an advancement of the software that they've been using for body cameras, and you have multiple camera angles along with the redactions and translation software that are included in it.
So that's my question. Is this body cam film?
Yes, sir.
And why have there been 3 increases approved by the procurement director but never voted on by the Board of Supervisors? Or is that another one of those issues where we have voted on it but wasn't included in the background? And why is this 4th amendment to this procurement brought to us today?
Chair Brownson, Supervisor Christie, I can't speak to, I can find that question out in terms of the historical, how that has got brought forward to you. But I know for this one in particular, there's a significant increase, and it's a whole new bundle software, therefore coming forward before you.
So why is this redaction and storage being performed by the county attorney and public defense offices? Shouldn't it be by the sheriff?
Chair Brownson, Supervisor Christie, no, it's historically always done as part of gathering evidence from both the public defender and the county attorney.
And who has the ultimate authority over these videos and evidence?
In what context? I'm sorry.
Well, who can say, yeah, you can take a look at it, or you can't, or we will make sure that it is controlled, and we'll determine who can be viewing this, or who owns this information?
Chair Brownson, if I could ask Mr. Brown to answer.
I think Mr. Brown.
Yeah, if I may, Chair Brownson, Supervisor Christie. So prosecutors that control evidence and attorneys in PDS services usually control the access to the evidence, and then the redactions that are necessary, and controls who sees that evidence, and particularly when it comes to public records requests and or sharing that evidence with other judicial partners.
So that's the county attorney that is doing that, and the public defender?
Correct.
They have the ultimate determination of this. And again, why wasn't this budgeted annually in the county attorney and public defender's annual budget, and why is it coming from the general fund?
Chair Brownson, Supervisor Christie, this is coming specifically from their department's funds.
It says it's coming from the general
yeah,
fund.
it's general fund, and we give them general fund money.
I see.
So, Chair Brownson, just for clarification, Supervisor Christie, because I had the same question last time you had asked it. So the administrating department general fund, that's kind of why it's written that way. So that's the way you'll see it moving forward.
Yep. Okay,
thank
any
you.
more? If there's no further discussion, any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. 17, 18, and 19, did you want to move those separately?
Separate, yes, please.
Okay, I'll move item 17.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Brown.
I just want a little more information about this project. It's $861,000 to drill 1,000 feet in, and if I think it's Mr. DeBonis, if you can just talk about where this property is and why we aren't utilizing the City of Tucson water.
Sure, Madam Chair, Supervisor Grijalva. This is a continuation of a project, so there was a design contract in front of the board a few months back. You'd raised similar questions. This is the actual contract with Yellow Jacket Drilling to construct the new well. We have a well out there that's, and sorry, this is out by the Fairgrounds. So this is the well that supports the shooting ranges as well as the motor sports park, the Musselman circuit track that's out there. So that existing well is failing. It is a degradation of the casing of the well itself. It's not a water supply issue. It's just the well is no longer functioning. So this is drilling a new well, putting in a new casing, using the existing distribution system that is out there to support those county operations. The drilling of the well versus connecting to Tucson water, there's a couple of practical and technical considerations. So the Fairgrounds proper and those uses out there is in unincorporated Pima County. It's not within the Tucson water service area. Absent annexation of that site into the city, we don't have direct access for service. Even if we do, then the existing water line in Houghton Road is about 1.5 miles away from where these current uses are, the connection point for these uses are, so there's some technical issue there. You had asked last time this discussion took place about conversations with the City of Tucson. We remain in discussion with them about the potential to ultimately connect the Fairgrounds and those uses out there and any future uses to Tucson water. So those are proving to be fruitful, albeit they're moving slowly. So we'll continue that regardless if this well is constructed, this new well is constructed, replacing the existing well. If we were to eventually transition over to Tucson water, we would have a conversation with them about transfer or sale of that infrastructure, being the well, to the City of Tucson.
Yeah. Is there any utilization of reclaimed water or rainwater? Because it's a huge piece of property. It's really dry out there, so I know that they use a lot of water, and my concern is this well is going to be able to pump out like between 200 and 1,000 gallons a minute, and like once it's gone, it's gone. And so I'm just trying to see what other ways are we. I don't want to hamper the business or their function out there at the Fairgrounds. I'm just trying to see if we've exhausted some other ways to be able to access water other than our groundwater.
Understood, Chair Bronson, Supervisor Grijalva. We don't have easy access to reclaimed water out there. As far as stormwater harvesting, when we put our projects in, we deploy low-impact green development type of practices. So we try to harvest and use that for external landscape irrigation. Just to put the pumping volumes or capacity into perspective, the existing well was designed to pump between 80 to 100 gallons per minute, and it's currently functioning down around 20, and we expect that to get lower. So even though the new well will have the capacity, we're not upgrading any of the pump infrastructure in order to produce more. So a fire extinguisher, for example, has the ability to generate 1,000 to 1,500 gallons per minute, but we expect the utilization to stay down below or at 100 with the existing uses out there. So you gain the benefit of being able to have greater capacity with putting the new well in, but we're not expanding those uses and will not then require more water. But your point is well taken about looking for those opportunities to offset use of groundwater in the area.
Well, at least I've remained consistent in the questions I'm asking, so yay. Okay.
All right. There's no further discussion. There's a motion on the floor. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item 18, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Grijalva.
So actually, I highlight this because I think it's a really good thing, for our community to know that we're moving forward with the Martha Cooper Library expansion. I'm just wondering, is there rhyme or reason to what is put on a consent and what calendar and what is put on the regular agenda? Because this is like almost $7 million, and we end up voting on, items that are really tiny in comparison. So I'm just wondering why. But just to highlight for our community, that Martha Cooper Library is closed. It closed on November 21st, and they're not anticipating to reopen until spring of 2024. So with that, I just would like some rhyme or reason at some point about
Ms.
what is
Lesher,
put on
did
the
you wish to
consent.
respond? No?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Grijalva, that is a function of the clerk's office. We do not identify what goes on consent.
All right, so I guess we'll have a chit-chat.
We'll have it, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
a motion and a second. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item 19, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Grijalva.
This is actually a project that before I was even elected, a community group from the San Javier League, from Manzanita Park, had a meeting with me because they indicated that my predecessor, Supervisor Elias, had been working on this project for 3 years before I entered office. And so does this mean that it's actually going to happen? Because I can't go out to the community and tell them, yes, we approve the funding, and then there's still no action, because they contact me at least monthly.
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Grijalva, yes, this means the project is going to happen. So 2 new lighted rectangular fields, restrooms, other support amenities. So we're looking at 2024 that those fields will be up and operational. So our Parks Director, Victor Pereira, is here, can also highlight any of the details associated with that, but it's absolutely moving forward.
Well, and the meetings I've had with Victor, this always comes up, right? It's like, really give me a time. Don't tell me a time, and then I go back and they say, but Richard said, or then you said, And actually, one of my first meetings with County Administrator Huckleberry was about this specific project and how it's in the budget. So here we are. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Okay.
If there's no further discussion, any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. I believe originally, Supervisor Christie, you had pulled item 21, but I think we already voted on it, so we're good. All right,
I pulled 21.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, if you could speak specifically to the funding and what this project is going to.
Okay, I'm going to have to move the item so we can have a discussion.
No, I thought I asked it. Oh, it didn't get pulled?
I don't know. Did it get pulled?
It's okay.
Okay, I hadn't called it.
Right, sorry.
Okay. So what do we have to do? Okay, so I do have to make a motion. I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying we'd already voted, and I thought, no, I haven't. Okay, I apologize. So this project is part of the, can someone speak to the project a little bit and the funding that we're using?
The Parks Director, Vic Pereira, is here and can speak to that issue.
Yay.
It's been on the books for a long time.
I know.
Speaking of your library.
I kind of wanted to celebrate it a little bit, and it was hidden in the consent agenda. So, okay.
Is this a good spot?
Oh, the camera's not on yet.
Okay.
But you can go.
We need better lights. They look so dark and scary.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Chair Bronson, Supervisors, good morning. Or actually, it's good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Right, yep. Vic Pereira, the Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation Director, and I'm here to just give you an overview of item 21 based off of Supervisor Grijalva's request. So this is
Flip it around. It's upside down in the screen.
And I also gave Ms. Martinez a copy to pass out to each and every one of you.
There it is. Looks good.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So initially, the Buckaloo Farm was acquired in 2006 using the 2004 bond funds, and it was for $5 million, and it was for the entire 500 acres that is depicted here in black. So over the past 16 years, we have had a farm management agreement with the Buckaloo family, and for the original term was for 10 years with one 5-year extension, and it expired in September of 2021, and the family elected to not renew their contract. As you're well aware, the Buckaloo family cultivated pumpkins and corn for their corn maze and their annual pumpkin patch, and then they used the rest of the farm for cotton and alfalfa and other commodity crops. Approximately 3 months after the Buckaloo family terminated the contract, we went out in December of 2021 and entered into a 10-year management agreement with the Common Ground Farm Collective, which is a small-scale farming entity, and they are cultivating right here in these 50 acres. NRPR, we used a county ranch and farm transition process, which was established to recruit and select new farmers or ranchers for properties where previous owners have exited or retired. So Common Ground Farm Collective, they have 3 main goals. Their first one is to farm organically and grow market produce here for Pima County. And so basically no chemicals or pesticides. Second, they provide opportunities for new farmers, and they learn how to farm. And then third, they're using regenerative and sustainable farming techniques to improve the soil and water qualities. So that's kind of just like the overview of the Buckaloo farm. So why is it beneficial for Pima County to acquire get into a larger scale here, the 10.35 in holding headquarters. Well, first of all, it underpins and it highlights our guiding documents and our Board of Supervisor policies. It's currently in line with our SAPCO, our Sustainable Action Plan for County Operations Initiatives, by protecting and promoting our local food system resiliency. It also expands the number of county acres under agricultural production. Second, it reinforces our Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan through ranch and farm conservation, critical habitat, and biological corridors. And then lastly, adding the Buckaloo property here, the headquarters, it strengthens our Altar Valley Resource Management Plan, which truly combines the entire property. Operationally, though, it gives us complete control from a county perspective. We own everything around it. We own the land, we own the water, and this really ties it all together from a headquarters perspective and a critical node. Specifically, we would not need to worry about any type of right of entry permits from a potential new owner, and it gives us 100% unfettered operational control of the entire property. Water is definitely critical, as you are well aware, to farming, and by these dotted blue lines, you can see that these irrigation ditches transect the headquarters property, the in-holding, so that is also another reason why. And then the property acquisition would ensure uninterrupted water connectivity from our west well, which is not here, and then also our east well, which is depicted on the map. And then lastly, the property, by acquiring this, it just provides a suitable headquarters and a centralized location for tenant farmers to base their operations. So future expansion here for the property, the county is currently in negotiations with another farmer to take over the remaining 250 acres that the Buckaloo family had, and they're very similar to the Common Ground Food Collective, and they're using similar regenerative practices that's going to be focusing on sustainable no-till, no herbicides, no pesticides, with the full intent of meat products, and then also some barley for our local breweries. So in conclusion, really the Buckaloo property is the first acquisition of our $2 million Board of Supervisor approved open space initiative. This property has been fully vetted by county assigned conservation land acquisition team, and it meets all the criteria that was established. So pending any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation, and I think it's important for not just my colleagues, but the community to understand how our budget is being utilized. And so I appreciate your presentation. Thanks.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor.
There was an appraisal done?
Yes,
Yes.
Supervisor Christie.
What did it come in at in comparison to the purchase price?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Christie, Chair Bronson. The appraisal was conducted, and I believe there was multiple, but the last one was for $675,000, and the property was purchased for $690,000, and then the closing costs associated with that.
And I think it was attached to the item.
It was. Yep. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item 42, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you.
We need a motion or something to have a discussion.
I would move that we continue this item to sometime in January. Do I need a date?
Second meeting in January?
Second meeting?
Second meeting,
Yeah, the second will be fine.
which is? We'll move it to the second, and I'll second yours. So let's begin the discussion. We'll get a date certain.
And so just given that we have some continuing JPs and some newly elected JPs, I think it's just most appropriate to allow them to come to a consensus in terms of, A, whether or not they need any pro-tem positions filled at all, and also the slate of candidates that they would like us to consider to appoint. So, that's why I would like to continue this.
And that would be, our second meeting in January is January 24th. Yes, January 24th. I'm actually concerned about this because names I did not see were Judge Bacall and Judge Peck, and it's normally been standard practice at the courts that judges who have been appointed or have been elected, and should they choose, and both of them did, should they choose to be pro-tems, they're normally provided that. And so I have a real concern with who is being recommended and why their names were not on this list. And so there's a motion and a second on the floor to continue until 1/24/23.
Chair Bronson?
Supervisor.
The only concern that I have is, my understanding is the consolidated courts in Green Valley and Ajo are the ones that really need the support. Are these four specific to that area, or are they for all of the consolidated courts? Because
normally it's all, but I don't know.
Right. Well, only
the judge isn't here to answer, so I don't know.
Okay. I would be in favor of supporting the pro-tems in Green Valley and Ajo. My understanding is they do need them, but I don't know from this list who those individuals are.
Well, yes, and Judge Peck actually was Ajo. So that's why it's odd that he's not on this list.
Yeah, and maybe one of these others would fill there. I have no idea. But I do think it's helpful to get some more information, and considering that they have new people coming in, the kind of supports that they might need is important. Thanks.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
I wonder if I could ask the maker of the motion if he would change the date to after March 30 of 2023. And the reason I make that request is that I have a memorandum from two of our sitting judges, and they said a recent list of judges pro tempore candidates provided by Judge Roberts and Judge Bergen will come before the Board of Supervisors. We respectfully request a delay on confirmations so that the incoming newly elected judges, and there will be 3 of them, and the existing bench, and 2 of them wrote this, can evaluate the need for more judges pro tempore and can adopt a screening and hiring process. We are confident that we will be able to provide a transparent procedure by March 30, 2023, and will submit a list of recommended judges pro tempore to the Board of Supervisors for your confirmation.
You said March 30th?
After March 30th.
March 30th.
Yes. So I would say first meeting in April.
So 4/4?
Yes, ma'am. If you would be willing to consider.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine. Okay, we have a motion to continue till 4/4/23. Any further discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. We are now somewhere on the agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could we take a brief recess?
That'd be great. I actually have to be out of here by 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, could we do like 5 minutes?
5.
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
great.
Thank you.
I'll beat you.
Hopefully, we can all come back. All right. And so now we are on item 11, Tucson Crime-Free Coalition, Supervisor Christie.
Well, at this point, I'd just like to maybe turn it over preliminarily to the county administrator to give us an update on results or progress you've made with since our last board meeting.
Happy to. Chair Bronson and Supervisor Christie, we did distribute a memo that went through highlights related to the 4 specific motions passed by this board, but to give a little granularity with that as well, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy County Administrator Holmes, who will highlight some of these activities.
Yeah. Madam Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, under the 4 motions, as you can see in the memo outlined, specifically we're charged to try to bring some folks together to the table to begin to explore this whole thing we call pretrial service, right, which is auspice of the Superior Court, to try to figure out the discretion that's involved there, right? At that meeting present were members of pretrial. We had our court administrator there, members of the county attorney's office, we had our public defender, we had our chief of probation that was there as well, and TPD officers were there in the preliminary discussion, just to better understand kind of the scope of the problem associated with pretrial services. At that meeting, I think there was some agreement, and what we shared with them was this idea and concept that we have of trying to really place wraparound services in the vicinity of pretrial, with the idea of potentially moving pretrial to the Mission Annex that currently sits vacant. There was definitely agreement about both the movement and the idea of wraparound services. What we did not get to in the meeting, which is a follow-up, is how do we figure out how we minimize the discretion, particularly for drug offenses, because one of the agreements that I think everyone, and it parallels a lot of the discussion here with the sheriffs and the jail vicinity, is a lot of the root causes associated with some of the behaviors are specific to drug abuse, right? Not only the use of it, but the accessibility of it and the behaviors that are associated with trying to access more drugs, and trying to create a facility where we can tighten up the flow by which people receive those not only wraparound services, but more specifically detox services. So conceptually, we went into some discussion around the use of the annex. Right now, currently, we have access to the front 2 buildings that are there. The remaining parts of the building will be complete with electricity and AC, which is what's currently being redone there at the annex. Accessibility probably late summer, late August. We're trying to fast track that for some other services, but at this moment, we are moving forward with trying to relocate the pretrial and try to procure, if possible, some type of group or service agency that can actually perform the detox and mat services in this site.
Is there any possibility of updating moving forward that date line? I'm looking at my notes here. It appears that the Mission Annex will not be fully functional until September of 2023, and pretrial being functional not until mid-January. Particularly the Annex one in September. Is there any way we can push that forward?
So let me back up just to speak to pretrial, because that deadline is probably more realistic. And the way in which pretrial currency is set up in the portables in front of the jail requires some significant changes in terms of safety pieces that need to be put in place and installed. There is a current what they call Sally port, where people enter and are taken into custody and then go through pretrial. That needs to be redone specifically there at the annex. So that to really get people there to perform the work and get that up and running seems reasonable for the February 1st timeline. In terms of the other parts of the day, we're pushing the timeline. Chair Brown, Supervisor Christie, there's a work timeline that's been already brought forth to us by the vendor and the person that's doing the work, the contractor. We can work on pushing that up. At this point, there is some aggressive discussions around trying to make sure that timeline gets expedited.
And if I'm Chair Bronson and Supervisor Christie, we do not plan to wait to enter the first of the pods that we think will be available in January. until the entire complex is finished in September. They will occur in stages, and we will be able to access, as Mr. Holmes has indicated, those initial parts of the pods, we hope within, just another month, or in January, I think we're looking at. And then the entire complex, which is some 50,000 square feet, completed in September of next year. But we will move in as we can into the stages.
Hopefully keep pressure on the suppliers and the contractors to move that up. But that's reassuring that at least we can move in partially. What's been the City of Tucson and TPD's involvement with this project so far? How have you been interacting with them?
So Chair Bronson and Supervisor Christie, we have met since our last meeting at least twice with members from Tucson Police Department specifically. Once in the meeting that I just spoke about, who were present there, one of people who we meet with routinely once a week, who shared their both frustrations and recommendations. We then subsequently met, County Administrator called a meeting with our Chief of Police, met with some of his top leadership along with him to really get his input on what, quite frankly, he felt needed to get done. We did receive some reassurances from TPD that the pathway we're taking in the judicial system is helpful, right? But how we bring everyone to the table and making those decisions is going to have to be expedited, and working hand in hand with TPD with addressing some of those issues, including our sheriff as well, who we're going to need at the table to make this functional.
Those are my next questions. And how have you been interacting with the sheriff? What's his involvement been? And also the county prosecutor.
So I'll start with the sheriff, Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, and particularly with the sheriff. I don't think the sheriff is opposed to kind of how we work in this building. I think part of the issue that we still have to flesh out is how much of it is going to be custodial. In other words, how much are we need to rely on sheriff, his staffing needs, as you heard today, he needs to hire a lot more correctional officers. If we make that back area more residential and expand treatment services, I think conceptually some of the discussions are that we can maybe use some of that back area to free up some of the jail population that is receiving detox services, right? And so conceptually, if that happens, then we're going to have to need corrections officers in that portion of the building if that's the way it plays out. The other alternative would make it a non-custodial type of environment, meaning we subcontract with some type of detox provider, but that creates its own sets of challenges as well. But that may be the first go-around for the first phase of implementation.
Are there any funding limitations you're dealing with on this whole project?
We are currently looking at our unexpended ARPA dollars. I think this is an investment we need to make. I think Chair Bronson, your earlier comment on what's particularly important for the county, for judicial and public safety work, and so we'll continue to prioritize that.
Okay. Obviously, it goes without saying that time is of the essence. This is a situation that's really out of control, and it's really creating havoc on our neighborhoods, and our businesses, and on our quality of life. I know you have heard all of the arguments and all of the cases and all the anecdotes, but it's important that the county, since we've been really taking the leadership role in this, make it clear that we're doing everything we possibly can to expedite this process in a timely fashion, and if there's opportunities to move the timelines forward, that we take advantage of them. Are you experiencing any more hurdles with any other administrative entities, the City of Tucson, the City Council, the Mayor?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, one of the critical next steps in this process is to try to bring together our presiding judge, our court administrator, along with City of Tucson leadership in city courts. As we've kind of tried to clarify functions within that particular pretrial service, it's been clear that a lot of what happens in pretrial is under the oversight of our presiding judge, but more importantly, and equally importantly, is a lot of the initial hearings and what happens there is really City of Tucson magistrates and that staff as well. And so we'll need to bring them to the table and have some discussion to reach some type of agreement, quite frankly, on the discretion that currently exists, right? I think minimizing discretion, particularly with drugs and some of the nuanced crimes that we're seeing, still need both clarity and potentially some revamping of the current systems to make them more functional and, more importantly, deal with some of the criminal behavior that we see repeated and repeated in our.
You feel good about how things are progressing in that regard?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, I've sensed your urgency. I have urgency as well. Want to move quicker. I think I feel good about the process we're using. I still would like us to move as quicker than we are moving.
That would be ideal. I think that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Thank
if there are no other questions, let's move on to...
Madam Chair, I have a number of questions about the content of the memorandum and also items that I don't feel that the memorandum addresses that are covered in the motion, but in the interest of time and the fact that county administration may need some time to get back to us, I'm going to put them in writing, send them to Ms. Lesher, copy the clerk so that she can send them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. All right.
One last thing real quick. You're meeting regularly with all of those players and the Crime-Free Tucson Commission?
Chair Bronson, Supervisor Christie, we are meeting weekly with the Crime-Free Coalition.
Coalition, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, to have these discussions and just kind of continue to keep them updated. The frequency of a cadence, particularly with the court system, has not been established. A lot of that is highly dependent on trying to get everyone in the room at the same time. So unfortunately, that's just coordinating schedules with the court is really our big next step, and hopefully establish a cadence after we have some kind of agreement. We are meeting with the City of Tucson weekly as well, participating in those meetings, kind of sharing a little bit of kind of what we're doing right now and trying to figure out what areas can we collaborate much more tightly around.
Well, the coalition has a large constituency, and they're ready to go, and they're very active, and they're champing at the bit. So it's important that they be kept in the loop, and that they be given the at least the optics that and the results that things are going in a positive direction and things are getting done. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Bronson, super fast.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This entire coalition, almost every single one of the folks that came up here referred to people in desperate, awful situations, addicted to a variety of things sometimes, homeless, cold, starving. These people who are our neighbors, they were referred to again and again and again as criminals. I remember hearing one person correct himself because he accidentally just called them homeless. And he said, I mean criminals. That is disgusting. And the gentleman who came up here representing the coalition saying low barrier housing is like a non-starter for him, that is also disgusting. So if they are serious about this issue, then we have to treat these people as our neighbors. No one grew up as a 4-year-old hoping to be addicted to fentanyl, living in a wash and freezing. And until we can correct the language, I'm certainly not interested in moving forward on anything at all. Low barrier housing is absolutely essential. These are our neighbors. These are people who are in terrible situations. And yes, in some cases, they commit crimes to eat or to break into a public-facing restroom to go to the bathroom. So am I saying that's okay? No. But I'm just sick and tired of hearing so many people come to us in the community and call these folks criminals again and again and again. Homelessness is terrible. It is not necessarily something we should be referring to them as criminals because they are afflicted with this. And same thing with behavioral disorders, addictions, and other things like that. So I really wanted to say that last time, and yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let's move on to item 13, County Administrator Update. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you. Chair Bronson, I do have a couple of quick items, if I may. First, proud to announce that we have received notice from Congressman Grijalva's office that Pima County Health Department was just awarded a $12 million award to assist with the public health infrastructure and our workforce. A lot of exciting opportunity there, and we'll be bringing that to the board for ratification in the next few weeks, so you can get a better look at that. Another exciting, I think, thing for us, the Pima Vocational High School, which many of you know is our charter school operated by Community Workforce Development, it received an A rating from the Arizona Department of Education. And across Arizona, only 15% of alternate schools receive an A rating, and our Pima Vocational High School was one of them. So congratulations to that team, and we're so excited for all the kids who are in that program. And finally, just a reminder that this Thursday, on December 8th, we are doing the groundbreaking for the new facility for the medical examiner. That's at 10 o'clock out at the land over by the medical examiner. And that facility is so important because it not only provides services for all of our folks in Pima County, but we have contracts that exist with Graham
counties.
and Cochise and Santa Cruz and La Paz counties. So it's not only a service we provide, but in some areas a revenue generator, and finally getting a much larger state-of-the-art facility. And we look forward to any of you who can join us at the groundbreaking on Thursday at 10. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Moving on then to item 14, Pima County Wireless Integrated Network, PC WIN Board of Directors Representative. I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just welcome Mr. Baca to Pima County.
Yes.
I think our meeting went a little long, otherwise I think he was hoping to be here. Great.
Okay. If there's no further discussion and no objections, motion carries. Item 15, medical and dental insurance for county employees, fiscal year 2023-24. I'll move the item per the county administrator's memorandum dated December 6, 2022.
I'll second.
Motion and a second.
Madam Chair, if I may, for clarification, is that option 1, which provides for the first year funding?
Is it table one?
Yeah.
I think it is.
I would love it. Thank you. I would love it if we could have graphics. I mean, I know the county loves a memo, and I'm not opposed to the memo as a supplemental information, but I do think that it can get a little confusing here. Okay. So option 1 is fund the trust reserve with an operating transfer of $8 million from the general fund, 15.3% for fiscal year 23-24, and increase premiums to cover the expected $5 million, 9.45% increase in medical and pharmaceutical costs. This would equate to a 9.45% increase in premiums. That's the one?
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Aren't there 5 other recommendations at the bottom of that memorandum?
I'm just scrolling down. I think there were, where there was option 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
And I think we went over option 1, but right. I didn't know if everything in the section labeled recommendation was subsumed under option 1.
Okay.
I thought it was.
I think it makes sense.
The recommendation is to approve option 1, adopt medical premium equivalents increased as detailed. 3, continue offering 35.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what we're adopting that.
Okay.
Okay, for clarification.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. We've already done item 16. Moving on to item 17 under assessor. I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item 18, finance and risk management quarterly reports. Move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. We dealt with item 19. We're moving on to item 20. I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objections? All right. Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to natural resources, parks and recs, items 21 and 22. I'll move item 21 and resolution number 2022-73. Motion and a second. Discussion? Objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 22 is County Fair Horse Racing Meet 2023. I'll move the item. Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item 23, it's a contract under real property, resolution 2022-74. I'll move the item. Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objections? All right, moving on to hearings. licenses, franchise license permits, items 26, 27, and 28.
Chair Bronson?
Supervisor.
Apologies, I need to recuse myself from item 26, so I'll not be voting on that item.
Okay, I'll move, this is a hearing. If you're going to recuse yourself, you have to,
Oh, I have to leave?
you have to go back.
Okay.
Does he?
Oh,
I thought he
yeah.
just
Okay,
doesn't
you
vote.
can stay.
Yeah.
I just won't vote.
Just, I hope we're not breaking any rules.
I don't think
Okay, Mr. Brown says we're not. I'll take his word for it. Okay, this is a hearing, item 26. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address us in opposition at this time? If not, move to close the public hearing and approve the item. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, objection, hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to items 27 and 28. These are hearings. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address us in opposition to these items at this time? If not, I move to close public hearing and approve those items.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to the addendum agenda and item 3, Pima Community College Governing Board and Resolution 2022-75. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Bronson, and I think probably I will, as quickly as possible, read the resolution, if that's okay, and then...
We actually need to have a motion.
Oh, sorry.
And a second.
I move that we adopt the resolution with regard to the Pima College Board as I'm about to
And
read.
this is Resolution 2022-75, correct?
Correct, yes.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Resolution of the Pima County Board of Supervisors calling on the Arizona Attorney General to investigate alleged violations of open meeting laws by members of the Pima Community College Governing Board. Whereas, for over 50 years, Pima Community College has been a vital cornerstone and driver of Pima County's economy and public higher education system, providing comprehensive and flexible learning opportunities and access to every resident of Pima County. Whereas Pima Community College is a valued partner to the county in the growth, attraction, and retention of businesses to southern Arizona, ensuring that Pima County residents have well-paid jobs opportunities that lead to lifelong careers, providing economic stability and upward mobility. Whereas having invested millions of dollars in educational programs at Pima Community College, Pima County has a vested interest in ensuring good governance and fiduciary responsibility at the college. Whereas Pima Community College is led by an elected governing board comprised of 5 members who have taken the oath of office and are subject to state law. Whereas in a letter dated April 14th, 2002, the Office of the Attorney General delivered a finding that 2 members of the Pima Community College governing board have repeatedly violated the state's open meeting law, quote, by disclosing confidential executive session information to a third party that was not authorized to receive such information pursuant to ARS 38-431.03BF. Whereas recently resigned Governing Board Chair Catherine Ripley, in a letter distributed to the Pima County Board of Supervisors dated November 18, 2022, alerted the Arizona Attorney General of numerous subsequent allegations of violations of the same law and noted, quote, since assuming the role of chair in early 2002, I experienced firsthand with shock and horror a brazen and total disregard for the law by these 2 board members which have and continue to directly undermine the mission of this public institution and the ability of the board to conduct business and destroy the public trust, end quote. Whereas Ms. Ripley's letter continued by saying that the, quote, refusal to comply with Arizona open meeting law and maintain the confidentiality of the executive sessions is an audacious dereliction of duty and an abdication of fiduciary responsibility and extreme abuse of power that has undermined the democratic authority of the board, costing taxpayers and eroding the ability of the college to effectively operate, end quote. Whereas the continued existence and success of Pima Community College is of utmost importance to all the residents of Pima County, and violations of the law by board members directly threatens its institutional viability as it is under current review by the Higher Learning Commission. Now, therefore, upon motion duly made, seconded, and carried, be it resolved that, 1, the Pima County Board of Supervisors reaffirms its support for the mission of Pima Community College and attests to the crucial role the college plays in providing affordable, accessible educational opportunities to all Pima County residents. 2, the current situation at Pima Community College constitutes a crisis that, left unresolved, will erode public trust in the institution and lead to irrevocable harm to the college and therefore the community. And 3, the Pima County Board of Supervisors respectfully asks the Office of the Arizona Attorney General to swiftly investigate the actions of members of the Pima Community College Governing Board, particularly regarding adherence to Arizona's open meeting law, and take immediate action for any board member found to have knowingly and repeatedly violated law pursuant to ARS 38-431.07 or any other relevant state or statute or law. Passed and adopted this 6th day of December 2022.
Just for the record, I think the State Attorney General is already investigating.
This is right. This is true.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Roll call.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Grijalva?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Bronson?
Yes. I just, with one caveat to explain my vote, I'm concerned about any of us, elected bodies, interfering with the process of another elected body. Having said that, Pima Community College has been a good partner. They're very much, what they do with economic development, with their new automotive tech, we need them here and we need them functioning. But again, I caution my colleagues, I don't think we'd like another board telling us what to do. So let's be cautious about how we do this in the future.
Chair Bronson? No, I completely agree. I do think, though, because Pima Community College is such a critical partner, not only to Pima County, all of our schools. I mean, they're really working towards a lot of the technical kind of jobs that we really need in Pima County. And if, with this change in leadership, I'm not sure really what's going to happen there. And it really isn't that's not really the point. Mine was the concern that this had been brought to the public's attention quite a while ago, and that there had not been any action. I just assumed that would be the case. And so here, all we're doing is asking, can you look into it? And then at some point, maybe just a little bit of a other eyes are watching kind of thing. No, I appreciate your comments, though.
Okay. Any other further comments? I think we took the vote and it was unanimous. So anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn?
Yes, I would just like to remind everyone, if you haven't had your flu shot or your COVID booster, then the turquoise room right over there at the courthouse. So I'm going to walk over right now and go get flu. That's the only one I need. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well,
thank
good
you.
luck on that. And
they'll be there until 4 o'clock today, anyone listening.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And if there's no further business, this meeting stands adjourned without objection. And we'll